Select character screen. Press square to continue. Select character screen. Press square to select Ranger King. Loading. Please wait. Loading. Please wait. For text chat with other players, press the left button to open chat. Type message, then press square to send chat. For proximity voice chat with other players, press and hold the left button while speaking. Fenroast says, looking for 1 DPS, I need farm 550 gold coins each 8 mins. Thillian says, LFG Cutlass. DJ93 says, X Life Ring. Thillian says, W. Bochamp16 says, Amreenexk. Need tank and DPS. Trife says, anyone on PC keep getting disconnected randomly. Ilak Koban says, can you move please? Bub20 says, you guys. Darkarius says, yay Trife. Murdamistery says, yeah, hella annoying. Missy says, Merc Portal 5 start. Wish it was CISO says, any Matt Rife fans in chat? Mophisto says, how do I play instrument? Little Star says, my PS. In says, how do I eat consumable from inventory? Ilak Koban says, WTF. DJ93 says, X Life Ring. Fing3RM3 says, X Random Mutated. Bochamp16 says, Amreenexk. Need tank and DPS. Padoff says, X Merc. Trife says, is it bandwidth? Darkarius. Coretree says, starting a new world band. Join us. We play live every night at 8 pensum at each zone capital city. Knuckles says, X Merc. Beery Elixir says, Life Ring Run is active, DM for invite. Lortalini says, got it too. Rich Detex says, looking for an active company. Prokier says, LF Tank for Toy Maker, Attuned Leather Pants Quest. X Vikings says, lol. Panican Skywalker says, where's the new PvP area? Crackbomb says, do you not have to repair armor anymore? Missy says, help, smooth clear for people behind and good luck all three. Coretree says, do you not have to repair armor anymore / Shitstains says, no. Aix says, 700 GS Healer LF Hive. Krakenbaum says, nice. Courtree says, nice. Prokier says, LF tank for toy maker, attuned leather pants quest. Viri Elixir says, live ring run is active, DM for invite. W1 Oldes says, DPS with clear looking for hive. Daiwalk says, X life ring. Has WRLD says, thanks guys. X Universe 8 says, help. Has WRLD says, thanks. Grand Knight Spike says, Grand Knight Spike has reached font color equals, ed 63E, level 22/font. Grand Knight Spike says, Grand Knight Spike has reached font color equals, ed 63E, level 22/font. Sirio Sintra says, finisher farm September 20th. Migraine says, X tank for hive. Siri Pond a replay says, X hive healer. Calnithax says, Rapier artifact farm September 20th. OKJR4 says, anyone looking for purple company to join? Prokier says, LF tank for toy maker, attuned leather pants quest. Panican Skywalker says, how do I stop all these stupid prompts? I know how to play the game, I don't need my handheld. OKJR4 says, anyone looking for a purple company to join? We3KZ says, LFDPSBNBM2. Viri Elixir says, live ring run is active, DM for invite. Ogzaddy says, does anyone have full faction tokens and want to make 110k? Blank Chair says, Blank Chair sits. Blank Chair says, Blank Chair sits. Blank Chair says, Blank Chair sits. Blank Chair says, Blank Chair waves. Blank Chair says, Blank Chair gives the thumbs up. Blank Chair says, Blank Chair dances. Okanon says, X life ring. Panican Skywalker says, oh why is a lot of armor I crafted showing up as bind on pickup lol. Valkyrie says, I have full faction tokens. Shiaween says, I didn't need help. Sirio Sintra says, Artifact Farm September 20th Bowlcaster / Finisher. Von Hellsmith says, is the world tour over? Grinix says, hi. Missy says, no. Trash Boy says, yeah M8. Von Hellsmith says, where next? Sirio Sintra says, Artifact Farm September 20th Bowlcaster / Finisher. Toxiator says, LFM any run. Burks says, if you equip the PC will turn bind on pickup. Animita Shvidi says, Missies can I get another inv please? Viri Elixir says, Lifer has concluded. Ransom says, wall. Spit Viper says, inv. Missy's says, Missy's WT head to wall. Sirio Sintra says, Artifact Farm October 20th Bowlcaster / Finisher. Panican Skywalker says, NVM Jewelry bind on pickup is KN0 own issue. Sinafu says, LF1 Tank 2 DPS Empyrean Forge. Panican Skywalker says, so it's 725 now LOL /. Green Arrow says, LF help with Dynasty Shipyard. Mag 880 says, X Hive. Toxiator says, LF DPS need. Cody Gray says, X Finisher. Luna Light says, X Missy. Yeshuanga says, good job. Sirio Sintra says, Artifact Farm November 20th Bowlcaster / Finisher. Entombо says, X Din DPS. Tyix says, X Missy. Lawdust says, XWT. Buttersea says, XWT. Missy says, wall last call. Capitan says, XWT. Cody Gray says, X Artifact Farm. Rev2 says, X Wall. Coop Boy says, X Artifact Farm. Laffy Taffy says, a data equals 0, Dark Leather Adventurer Satchel, / a data equals 1, Dark Leather Adventurer Satchel, / a WTS 140k each. Toxiator says, LF DPS need. Entombо says, X Dynasty DPS. Lethaler Skittler says, X Wall. Sirio Sintra says, Artifact Farm 13/20 Bowlcaster / Finisher. Bulgarin says, WTS a data equals 0, Natural Finish, / a X2 cheaper than market PM me for a deal. Ilak Coben says, I'm confused. Viri Elixir says, LF more players for lifering. Toxiator says, X DPS need. John Pineapple says, a data equals 0, Grey Wizard's hat / a WTS. Panican Skywalker says, now you need a core material when crafting armor too, okay lol weird. Panican Skywalker says, you can't. Entombо says, X Lifering. The British says, X Hive DPS. The Totem says, it's bind on pickup. John Pineapple says, oh man I didn't notice. John Pineapple says, thanks. Barry MC Co says, XWT. Val Junkie says, LFG to defeat Torug for Inferno artifact. John Pineapple says, thing looks good for mages. Fart Boy says, WTS equals what the Sigma? Toxiator says, LFDPS need. Aramex says, yup, that's correct. Some may call me Tim says, any WT. Rippy J says, who was recruiting for their company in Oxborough? Moby N says, how you pull out her instrument. Gibberonessa says, TE. Seriosintra says, artifact farm 14/20 bowlcaster/finisher. Moby N says, lol. Dillian says, LF all 4 cutlass killing purple rats. Viri Elixir says, LF more players for life ring. Nup says, R. Sinafu says, R. Gibberonessa says, 5 francs. Drippy J says, who was recruiting for their company in Oxborough? Dove Girl says, Missy's is doing running a WT right now. I think they're at wall. Tyegsk says, I'll have to mill way Missy LBRB. Toxiator says, LFDPS need. Bentley Adams says, need one for Reg Glacial Tarn. Doth Quacky says, a data equals 0. Missy says, Missy's are 1 full hyphen R2 at Jesus Maple. Adam 2 says, any artifact farming going on? Missy says, Walgu hyphen GLO3. Viri Elixir says, Lifering is now active DM for invite. Chief Tiny Pecker says, any 65s or soon to be want some free gear. Jesus Maple says, spam X wall if I don't invite you guys, new chat is oval. Dream 10SJ says, X Hive DPSFS. Tyegsk says, X Missy's. The Totem says, anyone know why place structure is blank? Seriosintra says, artifact farm 15/20 bowlcaster/finisher. Adam 2 says, any artifact farming going on? The Totem says, there's no setting for placing camp bind either. Adam 2 says, dang, I already have those. Tyegsk says, Missy's wants after wall so I can get ready. Fade 2000 says, a data equals 0, Felicia/A. Jesus Maple says, the timing co. Loredan Haradas says, a data equals 0, Protectors tuning orb/a LF3 more. Adam 2 says, Haye. Viri Elixir says, Lifering is now active DM for invite. Bulgarin says, WTS a data equals 0, Zebulon's charm/a data equals 1, natural finish/a data equals 2, Gorgon's eye/A. Ogzaddy says, how much for that Gorgon's eye? Jax00 says, 1 million gold. Nova Kali says, guys, do y'all know what is the key to Shiva weapon? Jesus Maple says, at Tyx you simping on me. Adam 2 says, how do people like Boldcaster versus Synretic? Cutlass Jack says, tilde key. The Totem says, you can change it in settings. Angelizer says, tilde. IOX says. Lady Muffins says, a data equals 0, Guardian's Satchel, / a didn't this used to gold? Sixth says, sixth waves. The Totem says, I use Syncretic currently CZ I use Finisher Rapier. Sixth says, sixth gives the thumbs up. Harriet Tubman says, anyone need to defeat Minos the Bull? We3KZ says, LFDPSBNBM2 last boss. Sixth says, sixth sits. Loredan Harada says, a data equals 0, Protector's Tuning Orb, / a LF3 more. Milkman 44 says, DPS LFG Hive second boss, I know all mechanics. The Totem says, other than that it recommend Boldcaster. Adam 2 says, ah gotcha, I keep swapping between them lol. Kaken Shora says, Kaken Shora sits. Jax00 says, Boldcaster better with full lightning perks and 150 it. A Gumbercaless says, A Gumbercaless gives the thumbs up. Jax00 says, int asterisk. Jax00 says, just harder to build. Guns Jalore says, what y'all farming for? Adam 2 says, so the int increases the lightning damage on the bow? I didn't even consider that. The Totem says, it say they are pretty even though. Sirio Sintra says, artifact farm 15/20 Boldcaster / finisher. El Prof Longaniza says, wah. Jax00 says, yup, bleep is best for Bolt. Shizi says. El Prof Longaniza says, X Boldcaster. Cardiary XQ says, X Boldcaster. Doth Quacky says, a data equals 0, Conqueror's Mercy / a WTS. The Totem says, because a lot of PPL spec against Boldcaster it personally say Syncretic better. Nova Kali says, thanks. Adam 2 says, I didn't even think of that. I guess I need to read HA. SFT says, C. Shizi says, WTS a data equals 0, Dark Leather Adventurer's Satchel / a PST offer. Roscoe says, who is Swogglesmere? Roscoe says, and where are they? Halvalu says, and how are they? Adam 2 says, 350 dex / 150 int / where the other 150 go? Vader 191 says, X Boldcaster. Heinze says, oh that's my dad. Jax00 says, con. Adam 2 says, ooh okay. Roscoe says, tell him to bring that bleep here. We3KZ says, LF healer BNBM2 last boss. The Totem says, con. X Vikings says, I have that. The Totem says, me personally W Syncretic M400 Dex 200 con. Umpy says, tie. Jax00 says, shouldn't really go above 350 Dex. The Totem says, not true. Jax00 says, Moreau value to go into STR or int. Poppin' off says, YTF is there a floating item in TH middle of my screen? Tate Robison says, LF1 DPS M1 shipyard then G2G. Adam 2 says, then try and get armor with lightning DMG. Sheezy says, WTS, Dark Leather Adventurer's Satchel, PST offer. The Toten says, 400 dex on the bow is good. Jax00 says, not as good as 350 and up your perks. Jax00 says, trust. Bulgarin says, WTS, Zebulon's Charm, Natural Finish, Gorgon's Eye. Logged Munainton says, Bold Caster to Farmanoidagua. Child of Jill says, where'd you guys go? The Toten says, I'm using Syncretic not Bold Caster though. The Toten says, I don't need it. Jax00 says, then go STR. Jax00 says, look at the perks. The Toten says, running bleed build. Jax00 says, even better, bleed is physical DMGG. Adam 2 says, int helps with running bold caster and a rapier though, which is nice. Northson says, a data equals 0, weaponsmith pants / a WTS. Tris1 says, Tris1 dances. Logged Munainton says, bold caster. Jeroni Mo says, a data equals 0, memories of Brightwood, guitar sheet music March 3rd / a. CPT Krabby says, done. Viri Elixir says, open spots for life ring available DM for invite. Tasty Greens says, uck. Viri Elixir says, next life ring in 5 minutes. Tasty Greens says, okay. Erakor says, so since Cutlass Keys is endgame now, is it actually worth having a house there? Fast travel. Would you like to fast travel to this location? Press circle for no, press square for yes. Blue Tree says, Hive 700 GS Rend Hatchet. Loading. Please wait. Panican Skywalker says, Hive. Pope Racon says. The Toten says, that or I usually do 350 dex 25 STR for the lie that's DMG 200 con. Panican Skywalker says, is GS max bleep. 30th says, Hive DPS. Panican Skywalker says, bleep. Thug 20 says, yeah. Panican Skywalker says, bro what? Panican Skywalker says, 700. Panican Skywalker says, or. Panican Skywalker says, 725. Mephisto says, is the quest reputation is everything bugged? Das Nutgut says, you. Panican Skywalker says, is max GS 725. Panican Skywalker says, I can only craft 700. Unib says, LFM Starstone Bar. Missy says, Missy's WT head to cap. M0 Sense says, anyone have Crystal Shield available to trade for unlock? Gray Mitzi says, hello, _/. Shitstains says, you could've googled it by now. Yamstrang 3 says, Missy's. Jax00 says, you should really get used to 150 con for Bowen. Lortalini says, yup. Lortalini says, anything nearby for you? ITZ Pushin P says, X Dynasty Shipyard. Missy says, Missy's are one full hyphen R2 at Jesus Maple. Missy says, Kep last call. Yamstrang3 says, God and thanks. Blue Tree says, X Kep. Justin 344 says, hosting Dynasty M1. Smolder says, Battlemage DPS LFG 690 GS. Unib says, need 2 for expedition. Jesus Maple says, at Yamstrang 3 Simpin 2. Alectus says, so since I'm under LVL 65 is my only goal right now to hit LVL 65. X-Vikings says, lower it. Yamstrang 3 says, lol. Borgild says, a data equals 0, blue-blooded barb, /A. Yamstrang 3 says, first come first take. Mateo says, how do I join a company? Ogzaddy says, beautiful Bissy McBissington. Ogzaddy says, a data equals 0, dark leather adventurer satchel, /A. Jesus Maple says, nobody loves my raid. Drunk says, hit 65 but try to level your gathering along the way. Sabara says, Mateo you ask in your faction chat. Yamstrang 3 says, don't worry bro I'll join in me. Humpologist says, X-Hive DPS. Jesus Maple says, she don't want me to invite you. Beery Elixir says, open spots for lifering. Angelizer says, X-Hive DPS. Jesus Maple says, boss said no. Grey Mitzi says, X-Hive healer. Justin 344 says, hosting Dynasty M1.
Missions are available anytime on the
Green Arrow says, LFG Dynasty Shipyard. Drunk says, focus on 1 or 2 crafting specialties, you'll get them all eventually, but you'll end up farming forever if you try to max them all right high. Drunk says, don't buy gear. Kelrise says, Kelrise dances. Moyospus says, try hardigans. Yamstrang 3 says, lol I'm laughing so hard. Migraine says, X tank for Hive. Missy says, XD.
Now that you have joined our missions are available.
Jesus Maple says, how? Grey Mitzi says, X-Hive healer. Skrizaw says, how do I repair my gear? The option is missing. Sabara says, gear doesn't break anymore. Shitstain says, it's gone. Toxiator says, LFM glacial. Jesus Maple says, she didn't notice at first. Drunk says, repairs no longer needed. Kelrise says, Kelrise sits. Panican Skywalker says, WTS a data equals 0, Mithril crafted amulet of the century, / a data equals 1, Mithril crafted amulet of the century, /A. Unib says, any more wanna run? Jesus Maple says, should have stayed. Sabara says, a data equals 0, fishing lure, / a perks like sturdy are useless now. Skrizaw says, nice, a thanks. Humpologist says, X-Hive DPS. Ogzaddy says, don't understand people putting non-bis bags up for 100k. Drunk says, ammo no longer needed. Yamstrang 3 says, men will be men. Missy says, Missy's WT head to Helio. Ilak Coben says, where TF this gator at? Moyospus says, why game look like bleep now? Grey Mitzi says, X-Hive healer. Yamstrang3 says, it's rude to reject an invite. PvP Ollie says, 'cause of consoles. Descartes says, Descartes makes a gesture of appreciation. Jesus Maple says, figured out you was simpin'. Moyospus says, thanks console players for your garbage console, we get downgraded to your level. Ogzaddy says, if anyone has 120k faction tokens and want to make 44k who? Missy says, Helio last call. Doth Quacky says, a data equals 0, blood piercer, / a WTS. Dan4 says, X Hive DPS. Johnny says, X Hive. Missy says, Helio Goo. Dan4 says, X Hive DPS. Valiara says, how do I play an instrument? Buried Mythos says, 5 francs. Pumpologist says, X Hive. Toxiator says, LFM Glacial. John Smith says, somebody notice Moyospus. Shitstains says, shoot up bleep, we didn't make the game. Coral Remora says, you're welcome, ***. English Bill says, X Hive. John Smith says, his special needs some special needs. The Totem says, it Kawina get to 725 lol. Slow Runner says, X Hive DPS. Johnny says, X Hive. Sabara says, expectedly with 725 crafting being disabled. Onimbus says, how do you get a chromatic seal? Eracor says. Glitch Matrix says, vendor. TikTok 1 says, X Hive DPS. Small Stinky Bus says, X Genesis 4. Glitch Matrix says, 5k in points. Glitch Matrix says, faction Vendro. Toxiator says, X Glacial. Oberia says, a data equals 0, Apex Gold Cursed Longsword, / I like the first 30-minute gathering doubloons. Smoke Goddess says, so the game got better or? Sabara says, what do you think? The Totem says, facts thinking just chill at 700 GS. Oberia says, the UI got better. Siri Longwolf says, Siri Longwolf dances. Glitch Matrix says, UI is better, and playing is smooth. Block Party says, what's a good DPS weapon combo kva? Moyospus says, deloaded. Glitch Matrix says, the hatchet, life staff. Tate Robinson says, where do upgrade the Heartrune now? Ogzaddy says, spear and hammer. Murgoth says, Warhammer was good back in the day. Murgoth says, no clue about now though. Prokier says, X for Helio. Sabara says, where even do you pick up the quest to use Heartrune? Block Party says, I got hatchet bow. Block Party says, Coolts. Thing3RM3 says, X random mutate. Ilak Coben says, console brings in more $$ for them to update. Ogzaddy says, a data equals 0, life ring spear, / a data equals 1, spark of Mjolnir, / a. Venom's baby says, where is gem refining now? Small Stinky Bus says, X Genesis 3. Glitch Matrix says, hatchet works, it gives you an extra life in case you mess up. Murgoth says, you can either choose all-out damage for Warhammer or add some heal back to yourself. Smoke Gauze says, well, I feel that fresh is the way to go. M4 Kanai says, anyone doing Forge? M4 Kanai says. Slow Runner says, LF5 Hive. Toxiator says, X Glacial. Dr. Ski TZ says, what's the stone code? M4 Kanai says, anyone doing Winter Forge? Fing3RM3 says, X Random M2. Slow Runner says, LF5 Hive Heroes encouraged to apply. Toxiator says, X Glacial. Slow Runner says, LF2 Tank 2 Heals Hive. Recall to in. Would you like to recall to this in? Press circle for no, press square for yes. Smolder says, where the bleep is this Torug piece of bleep? Loading. Please wait. Fing3RM3 says, X Random M2. Storm Eye says, X Hive Healer. Mephisto says, Guard Captain Frank Dubios is bugged. Graceful Chaos says, X Hive Tank. Cami Hokage says, everyone report my dog Xion name please. Fing3RM3 says, X any M2. Alchemist says, looking for. Slow Runner says, LF1 heals 2 tanks Hive easy run. Lady Muffins says, lovely name. Loredan Harada says, any interest in doing a data equals 0, protectors tuning orb, /A. Veery Elixir says, 1 spot or more available for life ring. Siri Pond the replay says, X Hive Healer. Alchemist says, looking for company. FLCN says, X Life Ring. Y3 Redua says, X Heals. Small Stinky Bus says, X Genesis 1. Valkyrie says, hello chat. Ronald White says, Ronnie. I've got dad skills says, no. Duck3R says, GG's OPR bleep hahaha. Alchemist says, anyone a governor? I Defy says, a data equals 0, mutator carry bonus cash, / a data equals 1, mutator roll bonus cash, / a why is this shit not opening? Veery Elixir says, 1 spot or more available for life ring. Milkai God says, Zoxxazud. Poppin' Off says, put in roll queue they said, ITLLB fun they said, OPRQ will only be 40 minutes. They said. Slow Runner says, LF big, strong heroes, 2 tanks, Hive GRP is eager. Smolder says, anyone know where the Inferno FS boss is at? Smolder says, in Tribunal Highmound. Anjarvis says, XDPS Hive. Loredan Harada says, X Life Ring. Oberia says, did you queue for all? Smolder says, been searching for this hoe for an hour. Erakor says, so since Cutlass Keys is endgame now is it actually worth having a house there? I Defy says, Natank. Panican Skywalker says, a data equals 0, Spectral Arson, / a didn't know you could get named bind on equip items. Smolder says, yes. Smolder says, at Erakor. Smolder says, at least one of them. Toxiator says, LFM Glacial. Valkyrie says, roll Q is stupid in any game, let me play how I want. Armonalis says, X Hive DPS. I Defy says, Pibai you're a bully lol. E-Raycor says, is this the new place to get 725 gear? Panican Skywalker says, I think so I can only craft 700 though. Tate Robison says, LF1 DPS M1 shipyard then G2G. Cannot equip. You currently cannot equip this item. Continue. Press circle for no, press square for yes. Pibai says, sorry. Ogzadi says, WTS all crafts inductors and even furniture as well. Panican Skywalker says, also is bottom left the PvP map now? Small Stinky Bus says, X Genesis 1. Slow Runner says, LF Hero Hive GRP wants to believe. Veery Elixir says, one spot or more available for Life Ring. Oberia says, Panican, yes. Bind item. Bound items can only be used by you and cannot be traded. Do you want to equip this item? Press circle for no, press square for yes. Missy says, Missy's WT head to cast. Tate Robison says, LF1 DPS M1 shipyard then G2G. Panican Skywalker says, sweet. Oberia says, smolder. Select character screen. Press square to continue. Select character screen. Press square to select Ranger King. Loading. Please wait. Loading. Please wait. For text chat with other players, press the left button to open chat. Type message then press square to send chat. For proximity voice chat with other players, press and hold the left button while speaking. Mag880 says, gonna start a hive raid, I have zero clue what I'm doing. Ogzadi says, 2 more Bissy McBissington bags. Ogzadi says, a data equals 0, dark leather adventurer satchel, / a data equals 1, dark leather adventurer satchel, / a. Musical says, that's always the best way to start. Missy says, Missy's are 119/20 R2 at Jesus Maple. The Totem says, that BB so strong. Ogzadi says, yeah a pelican I feel you, I have about 50 pieces of jewelry, 30 pieces of armor and 60 weapons that are all bound to me now. Atri says, anyone want to do PvP thingies with me? I am pretty good at the healings. Fub20 says, PP Diddler. Valkyrie says, P Diddler. Poopa Dust says, X Hive. Panican Skywalker says, don't touch my pages. Oberia says, how are y'all picking up these Bob stuff THTS bugged? Mex Fomtex says, LFM Tempest. Grand Knight Spike says, Grand Knight Spike has reached font color equals, ed 63E, level 23/font. Grand Knight Spike says, Grand Knight Spike has reached font color equals, ed 63E, level 23/font. Mag 880 says, Hive plus heals plus DPS. Yo, it says, I transferred over, how do I start the main quest? Matildahan says, coward. Shioween says, y'all trying to run this? Banana BR3D says, X Hive DPS. M4 Kanai says, X All Siren Arena February 5th, come get Venom, Spear Artifact. Atri says, fine, I'll go torture the kiddos on the new island thingy. Mag 880 says, Hive plus heals. Von Hellsmith says, is WT still going or did it stop? M4 Kanai says, X All Siren Arena February 5th, come get Venom, Spear Artifact. Oberia says, you can't heal others on the island Atri. SGT Alien says, yes. Missy says, we're at cast. Doppelganger says, X Glacial Tarn. Bub 20 says, oiled up. Shioween says, dark. Atri says, yup, but I am more or less unkillable so it's fun. Von Hellsmith says, okay that's fine, did my elite chests there we too after cast? Block Party says, if I bought too much and am encumbered what do I do to keep what I bought? Shioween says, you trying to run a quick dungeon? Von Hellsmith says, hi. Block Party says, I bought too much by accident. Atri says, I like to shoot them while they loot, and steal the chests. M4 Kanai says, X All Siren Arena February 5th, come get Venom, Spear Artifact. The Totem says, damn is Oper not cross-world anymore? It doesn't pop at all. Comet says, just fought off two bums at LVL 60. Im LVL 29. Missy says, cast beds tribile. Iron Beast CM says, X Siren. Mag 880 says, give +2 heals +1 DPS. Von Hellsmith says, okay. Oberia says, Block, do you need help holding stuff? I can wait by TP while you go to storage. Coretree says, Oper is still crossworld. Mag 880 says, hi Vibulb. Doppelganger says, X Glacial Tarn. Coretree says, people are leveling RN. Block Party says, yes. Ragnarok says, tripping is best. Slow Runner says, LF2 tank DPS Hive, let's get it done. Comet says, both of y'all hold this L. SGT Alien says, at Missy's are we doing Cutlass? Shioween says, yo Shadow. Atri says, drop on ground, it's only yours, run to bin, run back. Bub 20 says, ain't no party like a Diddy party. Atri says, plenty of time. Shioween says, you trying to run a dungeon RQ? Von Hellsmith says, any room in raid 1? Block Party says, I can't move lol. Von Hellsmith says, raid 2 has like nobody in it. Missy says, if someone know the run yeah. Mag 880 says, Hive +2 heals +1 DPS. Hardware says, chest. Dumpcakes 84 says, X healer for Hive. Von Hellsmith says, I can lead Cutlass chest run. Block Party says, do I just give you the stuff? Atri says, okay I'll heal you. Judges 98 says, Diddy diddle the diddler? Diddle me that Batman. Missy says, cast goo, GL. Von Hellsmith says, got most of the chests there last time I did it. Aram X says, Missy's WTX upcast starting. Eliazra says, use your map, M. Fub20 says, yeah. Mag 880 says, Hive +1 heal +1 DPS. ISUS says, WTS weapon matrix X10. Hunter 106 says, X Hive DPS. M4 Kanai says, X DPS / heal Siren Arena March 5th come get Venom, Spear Artifact. Little Void says, anyone doing defeat salty set? Logged Munainton says, X Scorp to join. Viri Elixir says, 3 or more spots available for life ring. Atri says, I has to go turn off PvP. Fing3RM3 says, X life ring. Mag 880 says, Hive +1 heal +1 DPS. Doppelganger says, X glacial Tarn. Comet says, accompany W the bleep. Og Warhead says, need 1 DPS for Hive at second boss. Slow Runner says, LF tanks Hive. XD Chemi says, X Hive DPS. Mag 880 says, give +1 DPS G 2 grams. Zentakalawa says, -1 DPS boss 2. Bulgarin says, WTB tonic of Tyrannus cheap. M4 Kanai says, X DPS / heal Siren Arena March 5th come get Venom, Spear Artifact. M4 Kanai says, X DPS / heal Siren Arena March 5th come get Venom, Spear Artifact. Zentakalawa says, -1 DPS boss 2 Hive. Logged Munainton says, X Scorp to join. Rhesus Buff 2 says, WTS 725 Inductor Craft. MC Dooley says, tie. Ragnar Rock says, me strong. Synax says, X Siren DPS. Fling Cosmo says, X Scorp. Zentakalawa says, -1 DPS boss 2 Hive. Logged Munainton says, X Scorp. Kemzik says, what is the gear rating for? Jeremiah says, we on second boss and looking for a DPS that knows the mech. M4 Kanai says, X healer Siren Arena April 5th come get Venom, Spear Artifact. Hoskar says, X. Atri says, shows how good you are. Hoskar says, X Scorp. Jeremiah says, anyone help us nail this wolf? Ragnar Rock says, rates gear. Slow Runner says, LF2 DPS tank Hive just started. Bearded Captain says, the war rating is your true LVL technically. Zentakalawa says, -1 DPS boss 2 Hive. Viri Elixir says, 1 or more spots available for life ring. Angelizer says, X DPS for second boss Hive. Kemzik says, yay cause it has 50 more gear rating, but the stats are worse. Doppelganger says, X Glacial Tarn. Kemzik says, so I ignore the rating? Logged Munainton says, X Scorp LFGGG. Darmok Ortega says, X Life Ring. M4 Kanai says, X Healer Siren Arena April 5th come get Venom, Spear Artifact. Fub20 says, Jeremy Fragranv. Logged Munainkton says, X Scorp bleep ye dow 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 all escuau. Marcus K says, X DPS Hive. General Lee FYU says, X Scorp. Logged Munainkton says, X Scorp X Scorp X Scorp X Scorp. Bayhour says, X Scorp. Doppelganger says, X Glacial Tarn. Ogzadi says, is reflective animus hyphen corny reflection, going into the meta in PvP trying to decide what to craft onto these gear sets in crafting. Mag 880 says, Hive plus 1 DPS. Rasuk says, drugs are bad. Luke says, hey Raz sexy. Glite says, X Scorp. M4 Kanai says, need one healer for Siren Arena, anyone can help. Logged Munainkton says, X Scorp or her mom breaks her back. Marin Malik says, healer for Glacial Tarn. V3 New 2 says who? Pub 20 says, 6ix9 and is the best rapper alive. Victastic says, X Scorp. E-Raycor says, healer LF Hive. Boss Clown says, X Hive. Logged Munainkton says, X Scorp for a good time. Zentakalawa says, -1 DPS boss 2 Hive. Nelsonen says, X Hive. Logged Munainkton says, X Scorp to join August 20th. Missy says, Missies are 1 full hyphen X for R2. Doppelganger says, X Glacial Tarn. E-Raycor says, healer LF Hive. Blood Reina says, is there any point of saving low-level legendaris? Logged Munainkton says, free blowies for X Scorp joiners. Grey Mitzi says, X Hive healer. M4 Kanai says, X healer Siren Arena April 5th come get Venom, Spear Artifact. Flexible Pony says, can you not bulk dismantle suspended as if anymore? It's making me do it one by one. Panican Skywalker says, named if you wanna upgrade. Logged Munainkton says, X Scorp gives you aimbot and wall hacks for free. Degener says, a data equals 0, Venom, /A. Fissil says, Xbox and PC company looking for new players and returning folks. Order of the Holy Flame. We don't care to help new players. Ian MC Dermat says, anyone know if you can go to the other starting zone and quest there? Ian MC Dermat says, as a new player. Adam 2 says, any artifact farm going on? Ninja Kami says, X DPS or healer Hive. E-Raycor says, healer LF Hive. The Georgian says, X Scorp. Little Void says, anyone wanna help me with salty set real quick? Logged Munainkton says, X Scorp lovers welcome. Viunis says, LF company. Adam 2 says, X Scorp. Doppelganger says, X Glacial Tarn, Bold Caster upgrade. Vostang says, Amu to Scorp. Blood Reina says, named is the only ones you can upgrade. M4 Kanai says, X Healer Siren Arena April 5th come get Venom, Spear Artifact. Slow Runner says, LF2 Hive join the fun. Logged Munainkton says, X Scorp starting soon December 20th. M4 Kanai says, need one healer for Siren Arena, anyone can help. Recall to in. Would you like to recall to this in? Press circle for no, press square for yes. Loading. Please wait. Savikaran says, what level do you need to be? Avali says, X Scorp. Glite says, X Scorp. Slow Runner says, LF2 Hive, this is insane, come join. Glite says, X Scorp. Doppelganger says, X Glacial Tarn regular. Ragnar Rock says, at least LVL1. Erakor says, Healer LF Hive. Ogzadi says, is Thorny Reflection a desired perk on PvP gear? Now I'm trying to make some sets to put on the TP. Pumpologist says, does tank have taunt or nah? Roskell says, X-Hive Healer. Milkman 44 says, DPS LFG Hive second boss, I know all mechanics. Bentley Adams says, tie. Doppelganger says, X Glacial Tarn. Ninja Kami says, X DPS or Healer Hive. Datron says, Musket cringe out strong today. Roskell says, X Hive Healer or DPS. Oberia says, everyday. English Bill says, X Hive Healer / DPS. Togless says, X Hive DPS. Doppelganger says, X Glacial Tarn. Shioween says, Shio. Shioween says, yo. No Tanathermo says, me. Sober says, X DPS. Koskar says, a data equals 0, Scorpion Sting, /A. Doppelganger says, X Glacial Tarn regular. Marin Malik says, X Glacial. Doubting Zero Na says, is it possible to remove jewel from a weapon or gear socket? Log Munainton says, if you joined X Scorp let Etflin Cosmo know so he can give you your 10k gold for helping. Erakor says, X Hive Healer. Beware says, X Hive DPS. Togless says, just put another in I believe. Jetson says, yes, just resocket it with another. Great Sage Monkey says, X Hive DPS. Bay1 says, anyone wanna come help fight this game? Sure. Fisil says, Order of the Holy Flames, looking for company members. We are returning players willing to teach. All platforms welcome and we have Discord. Doubting Zero Na says, lol. Bruce Lee 7 says, anyone doing featherweight farm? Player 1 Hunter says, QQOPR 2532. Player 1 Hunter says, QQOPR 2532. Beware says, X Hive DPS. Alaptis says, the ordeal of 9 part. Sugandizanat says, question, if I wanted to use Ice Pylon Hatchet, could I just level int and put the gem for int scaling on the hatchet, or would that perform poorly? ISUS says, WTS Honing Acid X25 Enchanted Handle X10. Log Munainton says, X Glacial. SM0 Key Bear says, X Hive. Susan 42 says, X Hive. Erakor says, X Hive Healer. Flynn Cosmo says, X Glacial. Log Munainton says, X Glacial. Graceful Chaos says, X Hive Tank. Puts Madigan says, hello friends. Select character screen. Press square to continue. Select character screen. Press square to select Ranger King. Loading. Please wait. Loading. Please wait. For text chat with other players, press the left button to open chat. Type message then press square to send chat. For proximity voice chat with other players, press and hold the left button while speaking. Glitch Matrix says, Hatchet has extra DMG when more mobs are around you. Doppelganger says, X need tank glacial tarn regular. Sukandizanat says, yeah, I just like the ranged hatchet playstyle, feels cool. Lurleensbornik says, get a bag with town loyalty a data equals 0, infused leather adventurer satchel, /a, lol it's misspelt, and use the territorial triumph song every time you craft /refine. Spooky Juki says, LF1M, heal glacial tarn and GTG. Glitch Matrix says, and it heals you, but play anything lol the best of this game. Lurleensbornik says, it give town loyalty is fixed yet, it used to not stack. Von Hellsmith says, man whoever decided to put a 3-star fishing spot in Highmount is crazy. Von Hellsmith says, impossible to use it. Unib says, Starston Reg need to run once need 3. Leopu says, is there one faction better than the others? Morse Tangier says, well, most everything can be made workable for PvE, sut leaving damage on the table for endgame. Spooky Juki says, LF1M, heal glacial tarn regular and GTG. Doppelganger says, LF1 meter tank glacial tarn regular. Von Hellsmith says, nah sometimes one faction just tends to dominate the server more than others. Toxiator says, LF2M Siren. Gagpel says, THX. Lurleensbornik says, I've been able to fish in Trib, you have to stay up on the rocks where the one gorilla spawns and kill it when it pops up. Roscoe says, LF1M Tank Hive. Glitch Matrix says, just remember, make one weapon first and have an offhand. Spooky Juki says, LF1M, heal glacial tarn regular and GTG. Doppelganger says, LF1 meter tank glacial tarn regular. M4 Kanai says, X healer /DPS Siren Arena April 5th come get Venom, Spear Artifact. Beware says, X Hive DPS. Roscoe says, LF1M tank Hive. Slow Runner says, LF Hero Hive GRP is eager. M4 Kanai says, X healer /DPS Siren Arena April 5th come get Venom, Spear Artifact. Spooky Juki says, LF1M heal glacial tarn regular and GTG. Halvalu says, a data equals 0, Spear of the Soldier, /A. Mortem Babe says, boo-ow. Omani says, X. Gearsoft War says, it's been a year but I'm back like a crack addict. Vlad Jorgensen says, spawning in is wacky. Slow Runner says, LF1 alive /conscious hive GRP is waiting. Poppin' Off says, you would think that after a year of not adding anything, they would have fixed some bugs, not just add new ones, but oh well. Spooky Juki says, LF1M heal glacial tarn regular and GTG. Toxiator says, LF2M Siren. Gearsoft War says, is this server a crossplay one? M4 Kanai says, X healer / DPS Siren Arena April 5th come get Venom, Spear Artifact. Elaine says, yes. Haris Dakin says, dude the FF PvP area is trash. Wambarugby says, all servers are crossplay. Ninja Kami says, LF tank for Hive. Sweeps says, X Sirens DPS. Beware says, X Hive DPS. Spooky Juki says, LF1M heal Glacial Tarn regular and GTG. E-Raycor says, X Hive healer. Gearsoft War says, oh god what happened to movement? Ogzaddy says, WTS all crafting anything you need. Onimbus says, X Siren DPS. Gearsoft War says, oh god why? Lurleen Spornick says, some servers are Xbox or PS only, this one is crossplay. Flushwarp says, X Hive tank. M4 Kanai says, X healer Siren Arena April 5th come get Venom, Spear Artifact. ITZ Pushin P says, XLFG Hive. Lady Muffins says, unless you turn off crossplay at main menu. Spooky Juki says, LF1M heal Glacial Tarn regular and GTG. Missy's says, Missy's WT head to Trib. M4 Kanai says, need one healer for Siren Arena, anyone can help. M4 Kanai says, need one healer for Siren Arena, anyone can help. Pretzelgsk says, X Hive DPS. Morse Tangier says, X Missy's, have room. Bob Roos says, X Hive DPS or healer. In says, can I get Azith at LVL 10? Ninja Kami says, LF tank for Hive. Turkinator says, X Hive DPS - Javelin / Hatchet Rend. Beware says, X Hive DPS. Von Hellsmith says, you can get Azith at any LVL. Von Hellsmith says, it randomly drops while killing stuff. Pretzelgsk says, X Hive DPS. Von Hellsmith says, or resource gathering. Missy says, Trib last Kala. Missy says, call asterisk. Rillier says, X Trib. Proxiator says, LF healer Siren. Angelizer says, X Hive DPS. M4 Kanai says, X healer Siren Arena April 5th come get Venom, Spear Artifact. Clichy says, X Trib. Valkyrie says, lol. Spooky Juki says, LF1M heal Glacial Tarn regular and GTG. ITZ Pushin P says, X Hive DPS LFG. Pretzelgsk says, X Hive DPS. Xander says, so MLVL 61 how do I get into Elysian Wilds have DLC Syndicate FAQ. Grey Mitzi says, X Hive heal. M4 Kanai says, X healer Siren Arena April 5th come get Venom, Spear Artifact. Elaine says, do the quest. M4 Kanai says, need one healer for Siren Arena, anyone can help. Pretzelgsk says, X Hive DPS. In says, how do I flag for PvP? Valkyrie says, you. Unib says, LF1 Expedition. Elaine says, you. In says, tie. Valkyrie says, in a safe zone. Aramex says, Missy's WTR2 is up Trip ATMX up. Calf Dunt says, LFG dig buildos. Onimbus says, X Siren DPS. Clichy says, X Trib. Delivery of 0 days says, you flagged for PvP in either town or at the fast travel things. Sober says, X Hive DPS. Toxiator says, you heal. HAPPINNS says, X Trib. Togless says, X. Toxiator says, yes. Missy says, Triboo. Aramex says, X up 4 Missies are 2 WT starting now. Player 1 Hunter says, don't queue over if y'all have that loser mentality, just gives up so fast. Bulgarin says, X Trib. Pretzelgsk says, X Hive DPS. In says, LF Faction. Onimbus says, X Siren DPS. Missy says, Missies are 1 full R2 at Aramex. Delivery of 0 days says, need a guild too. Chiefs 73 says, any merc anytime soon. Bob Roos says, X Hive DPS or healer. Little Void says, X merc. Panican Skywalker says, Saudali word I can put a gem on Inferno now. Broken Pieces says, Fella Daisy player. Pretzelgsk says, X Hive LF DPS. Onimbus says, X Siren DPS. X Universe 8 says, X Missies. Vostang says, anyone looking to join a company is welcome to join TWG. Y3 Erdua says, X Hive DPS. Caliban says, new tank'll do my best. Onoth says, did they get rid of repairing items? Bob Roos says, X Hive. Bakobus says, yes. Onimbus says, X Siren DPS. Nigerian says, LFM Garone's raid need DPS and tank. Warshields says, yes. Mustachio Mage says, a data equals 0, Deadeye of the Dryad, /A. Valkyrie says, what do I do with extra repair parts? Couldn't I exchange them for something before? Valkyrie says, W name. Degener says, could make repair kits with them. Magarat says, experienced tank looking for an experienced raid team for Hive. Chiefs 73 says, anyone for Merc? Nigerian says, LFM Hive. Valkyrie says, can you not make repair kits anymore? Buried Mythos says, you don't need to repair. Mrs. Musket says, why would you want them? Eistenser says, always up for Merc. Valkyrie says, crafting XP-ig. Musclegod 69 says, LFM Hive. Valkyrie says, armor no launcher needs to be repaired. Ray Mitzi says, X Hive heal. Valkyrie says, that's lame. Chiefs 73 says, X up for Merc. Mrs. Musket says, don't you need repair parts to craft them? Ipro Killer 777 says, tie. Slayer 989 says, anyone else notice the town, Oxborough really bleep lighting? Screen bleep? Anyone else? Dabtaika says, X Hive DPS. Coretree says, anyone wanna get the bow artifact? Buried Mythos says, Boutifact. Zero Dob says, X Hive DPS. Nigerian says, LFM Hive need DPS. Magarat says, Hive April 10th. Throw Me Blade says, X Hive. Slayer 989 says, anyone else notice in Oxborough the lighting flickering? Grand Knight Spike says, Grand Knight Spike has reached font color equals, at 63E, level 24/font. Grand Knight Spike says, Grand Knight Spike has reached font color equals, at 63E, level 24/font. LT Pep says, yeah. Slayer 989 says, okay good not just me. Shadow Eclipse says, yep. Crash says, X Hive. LT Pep says, around the TP fads when it bleep the most. Magarat says, Hive June 10th LF experienced players. LT Pep says, where asterisk. XD Chemi says, X Hive. Turkinator says, X Hive DPS Javelin / Hatchet Rend. Fub20 says, bleep juicy fart noiseable. Eistenser says, February 20th Merc - need 18 more, or just send Leroy Jenkins. Magni says, X Hive FS / DPS no first 2 fights. Pretzelgsk says, June 10th X Hive. Mitsk says, at XD Keen Peeploff. Von Hellsmith says, if you're in high kill mobs and then loot otherwise this becomes a mess. Player 1 Hunter says, Oper 2532. Player 1 Hunter says, Oper 2532. Little Void says, starting a Merc run. Core Tree says, LF Bell Artifact Group. E-Raycore says, I thought crafting increased standing in territories. Core Tree says, LF Bell Artifact Group. Burks says, X Merc. Chaps Wayne says, X Merc. Smolder says, LFG Firestaff - Torug. Pretzelgsk says, X Hive LF DPS. C Tazuki says, X Merc. C Tazuki says, X Merc. Pretzelgsk says, X Hive July 10th LF DPS. Cold Wolf EGS says, crafting obsidian flux not possible again. Bob Roos says, X for Hive. Kalnathax says, Inv. Senpin Yuzui says, I'll take a loan someone give me money I suck I mean DCK. Krakenbaum says, X Hive DPSS invite. Adam 2 says, any artifact farming happening? Core Tree says, LF Bell Artifact. Sui Hagen says, X for Lifering Group. Ninja Kami says, LF1 DPS Hive. Slow Runner says, LF Hero Hive at first boss. Valjunkie says, anyone running aisle? Pretzelgsk says, X Hive August 10th LF DPS. Krakenbaum says, X Hive DPS invite. Otep says, X DPS. Axe Superior says, X Hive DPS. Sui Hagen says, need more for Life Ring Group. The Georgian says, X Life Ring. Visha says, X Life Ring. Missy says, Missy's WT head to aisle. Tawny Kaiden says, XWT. The Georgian says, XWT. Missy says, R1 full -R2 at Aram X. Sui Hagen says, Life Ring Group need more. Mark Elias says, I identify as NW. Tawny Kaiden says, XWT. Chiefs 73 says, Merc heading to second portal. Eduardo Tybalt says, Eid. Dragavire says, Exile WT. Tawny Kaiden says, Exile WT please. Archlord Ringst says, Exile. Valjunkie says, Exile. SGT Alien says, Cutlass next for WT. Sui Hagen says, X for Life Ring. Vanos G says, After Isle. Mag 880 says, Hive +2 DPS. Mohamed Lapinga says, How do I lock in targets? Missy says, Cutlass last route. Valkyrie says, Center mouse button. They1 says, do passive skills on one weapon apply to other in slot 2? Mohamed Lapinga says, tie. Sui Hagen says, Life Ring need more. Mag 880 says, Hive +1 at first boss. Mag 880 says, DPS. Fe Vanilla Bean says, Exile. Aveli says, Exile WT. Fenroast says, X Tank Hive. Paris Dakin says, where is Hive at? Tylenol Fire says, X Hive DPS. Missy says, XR2 if you didn't get invited. Tylenol Fire says, X Hive DPS. Valkyrie says, Cutlass Keys Docks, but Barnacles. Chiefs 73 says, Merc heading to Portal 3D. Valkyrie says, imagine if this game had black dye, wouldn't that be swell? Sui Hagen says, life ring need more. Dr. Bilut says, a data equals 0, mithril crafted amulet of the century, / a WST. Mag 880 says, Hive plus 1 DPS. Chiefs 73 says, starting Portal 3. Paris Dakin says, I don't see Hive anywhere lol. Gaydoots says, sup. Dr. Bilut says, WTS a data equals 0, mithril crafted amulet of the century, / a frozen stam refresh. Sui Hagen says, X for life ring inv. Jeremy Ea says, X up for fresh Hive. Day 1 says, do passive skills on one weapon apply to other in slot 2? I Defy says, be nice y'all. Mag 880 says, Hive plus 1 DPS at boss. Zentalk Halawa says, minus 4 DPS Hive boss 2. Airok L says, yes. I Defy says, or I will have to stop it. Guy Sensi says, GG. Zilth Willow says, how do I get a material converter now? I thought you used to get it in the faction shop. Dr. Bilut says, oh wow, old crafted things turned to bind on pickup WTF. T0RVC says, X Hive range DPS. Marcus K says, X DPS fresh Hive. Aurel44 says, I noticed that too, kinda cool. Sui Hagen says, life ring need more. Mag 880 says, Hive plus 1 DPS. Beware says, X Hive DPS. Valkyrie says, X Hive DPS. Tone with the 23 says, C. Jeremy Ea says, F in chat for fresh Hive run a data equals 0, Gorgon's Eye, / A. Paris Dakin says, where is Hive at in Cutlass? Jeremy Ea says, SE. DM 267 says, LF1 DPS Hive first boss. Buttersea says, XWT. Valjunkie says, Exile. Missy says, XR2 if you didn't get invite. Poopa Dust says, LF1 DPS Hive. Jeremy Ea says, X Hive. Jeremy Ea says, DPS. Oumbea says, where does Miser you spawn at now that the cove is non-elite? Zentakalawa says, -4 DPS Hive Boss 2. Recall to in. Would you like to recall to this in? Press circle for no, press square for yes. Loading. Please wait. Fasted says, starting group for Ancient Guardians in Glacial Tarn, if anyone needs to do this for Bold Caster. Bokerbull says, X. Mohamed Lapinga says, how do I recall the mount? XD. ITZ Pushin P says, XLFG Hive DPS.
The light of the Covenant shines within you.
Banana BR3D says, X Hive DPS. Banana BR3D says, X Hive DPS. Vanos G says, full Bokir. Vanos G says, R2. Mohamed Lapinga says, tie. Fast travel. Would you like to fast travel to this location? Press circle for no, press square for yes. Noble Duelist says, WTB Gorgons I8K. Ninkarsag says, D2. Fast travel. Would you like to fast travel to this location? Press circle for no, press square for yes. Zentakalawa says, -2 DPS Hive Boss 2. Joe's knows the way says, what the hell is gypsum? Loading. Please wait. Twisted Wizard says, M25 DTF. English Bill says, X Hive, DPS. Moxis Spelldance says, a data equals 0, as if conductors, / any going hatchery for these. Susan 42 says, X DPS -hive. Imaloy says, gypsum kiln. Takatki says, X hatchery. Bokerbull says, XR2. Imaloy says, there's one at Brimston. Jumping Lily says, gypsum helps you level up your gear. Joe's knows the way says, yeah, I followed a quest line to make gypsum orb, what is it? Sui Hagen says, need more for life ring. Tommy Rousseau says, that's not hatchery, that's hive. Imaloy says, find blue mechanical water. Imaloy says, it's gypsum kiln. Zentakalawa says, -1 DPS for hive. Tylenol Fire says, X Hive DPS. Murdamistery says, S. Bulgarin says, LFM Glacial Tarn regular quick run for artifact. Jumping Lily says, for example once you get Heartrunes they all come in rare quality but you can upgrade it. The materials to do so is gypsum. The Red Witch says, lol. Takadki says, X hatchery for artifact quest. Joe's knows the way says, oh okay, tie. Pretzelgsk says, X Hive DPS in flight September 10. Bulgarin says, LFM Glacial Tarn regular quick run for artifact. Oumbea says, what's best locale for low LCL goats PLZ and Thai? Law Fam says, how do I upgrade the gear score of my staff these days? I can't use gypsum casts no more. Waskell says, Diesel. D. Pretzelgsk says, LF1 DPS Hive. The Rock says, Chko stop asking me for feet pics in DM, I don't do that stuff please. Haris Dakin says, just wanted to explore. El Prof Longaniza says, feet pics. Jordan O'Neill says, X Hive DPS. In says, LF Company. Bonianum says, what? Sui Hagen says, need more for life ring. Bruce Lee 7 says, anyone doing finisher farm? Haris Dakin says, hate that FFPVP area. Jumping Lily says, why? Haris Dakin says, get gang smacked every corner. IAM Venom says, I love it here. Roskell says, X Hive DPS. Ember Frost says, hi. Jumping Lily says, start a company and get a group with you lol. Haris Dakin says, it's trash when you wanna explore. Jumping Lily says, a lot of companies are already established here. Jumping Lily says, you will not have an easy time. Buller says, X Hive hyphen healer. Jace Presu says, X Missies. Missy's says, Missy's WT last root cutlass key, teleport to shrine. Cancel trade. Are you sure you want to cancel your trade with Grand Knight Spike? Press circle for no, press square for yes. Waskell says, they changed this game a lot lol. Roskell says, X Hive DPS or healer. Some may call me Tim says, XWT. Wizard says, X Cutlass WT. Gerald Duhat says, XWT. Anath says, X Hive DPS. El Prof Longaniza says, XWT. Missy says, R1 full R2 at Aram X. El Prof Longaniza says, XWT. Sui Hagen says, X for life ring. Aluan says, XWT. Cancel trade. Are you sure you want to cancel your trade with Grand Knight Spike? Press circle for no, press square for yes. Roskal says, X Hive DPS. Aram X says, Cutlass WT Missy's head to Salty Shrine. Paris Dakin says, can someone show me where Hive is? Wizard says, XWT. Nico the Mighty says, XWT. El Prof Longaniza says, X Cutlass. Buster Heeman says, 100. Jumping Lily says, in Angry Earth. Jumping Lily says, Southeast. Dark Hollow Begin says, X Cutlass. Vange says, how TF does Throne and Liberty still have 200k players? Missy says, Cold last call. Saladat says, can you help me? Noel PNTR says, XWT. One Crazy Cabby says, X Coldlass. Sui Hagen says, need more for life ring. Noel PNTR says, X Cutlass. Boker Bull says, XCK. H3MT Lord says, X Cutlass. Darcy Bloomsday says, X Cutlass. In says, LF Company. Baylurks says, X Cutlass. Vange says, X Cutlass. H3MT Lord says, X Cutlass. Z per 0 says, 1 volt 1 dual bet. Come at WW. Take any bet over 5k. One Crazy Cabby says, X Coldlass. Roskal says, X Hive DPS. M4 Kanai says, X2 DPS Spriggan Arena. Neezy says, X Cutlass. Vanos G says, Admiral Siren FT. DNTKR says, X Cutlass. Glite says, X Cutlass. Otep says, X Cutlass. Baylurks says, X Cutlass. Fast travel. Would you like to fast travel to this location? Press circle for no, press square for yes. Otep says, X Cutlass. Aram X says, Cutlass starts now, clear all mobs, follow me. Dark Hollow Begin says, X Cutlass. Loading. Please wait. Larock says, Otep says, X Cutlass. Barrage says, X Cutlass. Poro Use Windwall says, any Hive groups going? Sui Hagen says, X for Inf to life ring. Missy says, Cutlass go. Missy says, follow Vanos G, I don't. Missy says, know the root XD. Guy Sensi says, GG. Ignis Azure says, X Hive DPS. Guy Sensi says, Hickman Twins says, tie. Bakuto says, X Hive DPS. Roskal says, X Hive DPS. ITZ Pushin P says, X Hive need tank. Joe's Knows the Way says, when you go to upgrade an item or mat, how do you actually use the gypsum orb? Roskal says, X Hive DPS or healer. Ignis Azure says, X DPS Hive. Jumping Lily says, take it O. DM 267 says, LF1 Hive healer. Jumping Lily says, is it equipped? Roskal says, X Hive DPS or healer. Ignis Azure says, LFG Hive DPS. Vakobus says, how are the bear mount animations? Gakuto says, X Hive DPS.
You'll find we have ample opportunity.
Ninja Kami says, LF2 DPS M1 Din. Atri says, Pibai, will you come do this dungeon with me? Ninja Kami says, NGF. Atri says, I need deeps. Ta NK Da DDIE says, LFGM1 BNB. Mama Cheeks says, why did get my first big lag spike fightin' someone, that's crazy. Oliver says, LFG glass fire staff transmog, glass raper and glass hammer. DM me. Atri says, NM got someone. Atri says, but I might ask again. Saladat says, thank you. Oirano says, Oliver so hot. Ninja Kami says, LF2 DPS M1 Din in GF. Fing3RM3 says, X Hive DPS. Ignis Azure says, FLG Hive. Ignis Azure says, LFG Hive asterisk. Atri says, R. Ninja Kami says, LF1 DPS M1 Din in GF. Fing3RM3 says, X any M1 or M2. Fing3RM3 says, X any M1 or M2 DPS. Siri Pond a replay says, X for Toymaker. Blog Party says, does faction matter? Joe's knows the way says, is it supposed to be in my Heartroon slot? Barrage Boomer says, X Toymaker. Buried Mythos says, yes. Valkyrie says, yes. Valkyrie says, Golden Faction is the best. Joe's knows the way says, see, I'm just trying too soon. Blah Fam says, okay I'm bleep lost, how can I raise gear score of my weapons, I used to use umbral shards. Valkyrie says, all the other ones are terrible. Cold Wolf EGS says, a data equals 0, time Araping Great Axe, slash a data equals 1, Shattered Hope, slash a. Buried Mythos says, Marauders are the correct choice, everything else is wrong. Blog Party says, what faction should I join? Buried Mythos says, green. Valkyrie says, gold. Trash Boy says, Marauders. Jumping Lily says, you get your first Heartroon from a quest in Brimstone Sands. MC Mikey says, purple. Ignis Azure says, LFG Hive. Jumping Lily says, only a Heartroon goes there. Ilak Coben says, actually Guy WTFXD. Jumping Lily says, gypsum is a crafting ant. Jumping Lily says, Matt. Blah Fam says, anyone? X Universe 8 says, you missed a chest some of you. Poppin' Off says, AGS removed umbral shards because too complicated, and they replaced it with dark matter, which does the same thing, and is just as complicated. Blah Fam says, can we still upgrade weapons somehow? Blah Fam says, okay. Vange says, well said. Blog Party says, what's the name of the bleepin' colorblind lol? Jumping Lily says, Axe is our overlords and we live to serve. Blah Fam says, Poppin' where do I go to see how much it takes to upgrade the weapon? Ilak Coben says, why are we not taking our territory back lol? Lupko says, how many times can you run Hive a day and get loot? Blog Party says, faction my bad. Tylenol Fire says, X-Hive DPS. Aeroc L says, how does one mount a horse with Xbox Zontroller? Comet says, let's get it. Eistenser says, X Cutlass. Jumping Lily says, try your D-pad. Mad Healed says, small dick musket squads. Ignis Azure says, LFG Hive DPS. Loop says, Xbox turn off. Mad Healed says, I will beat one nerd to tears on Mondi for each time you do that. Tylenol Fire says, X-Hive DPS. Valkyrie says, I mean, we all have 4 territories. Drader77 says, ride on D-pad. Mad Healed says, not joking. Valkyrie says, perfectly balanced. Valkyrie says, as all things should be. Fasted says, Ancient Guardians Glacial Tarn Farm. Poppin' Off says, so, the best thing to do if you're a noob, is join a guild, then guilt trip them into helping you, or threaten to leave the guild. Aeroc L says, THX. Fenroast says, X-Hive tank. Mad Healed says, if enough of us do it, by next weekend you bleep morons will all be in the hospital. Jumping Lily says, Lmao. Ta NK.DDIE says, LFG2 DPS 1 heal. Mad Healed says, not even joking. Paris Dakin says, okay school pew pew. Mad Healed says, feed my rage. Ilak Coben says, actually how do that they own our home. Blah Fam says, I left a year ago just came back just needed some info can't find bleep online. Valkyrie says, home is where you make it. Block Party says, can you change your faction? Buried Mythos says, yes. Panda says, yes. Buried Mythos says, every 30 days or so. Call me Daddy 420 says, X-Hive DPS here. Panda says, bottom of bio. Mad Healed says, so do you like suck the leader's bleep for a chance at non-tradable coins after a kill? Ilak Coben says, puss. Buried Mythos says, yes. Jester Motley says, anyone know how much squirming vines are going for a Ren? Jumping Lily says, a lot of console players are new to Moss be nice. XX Mustard Monks X says, damn games poppin' now. ITZ Pushin P says, Hive LF tank and healer. Jumping Lily says, they aren't sweaty like us. Mad Healed says, I can't wait till they all leave. XX Mustard Monks X says, was like dead before crossplay. XX Mustard Monks X says, haha. Valkyrie says, I'll take. Mad Healed says, now it's gangs of low self-esteem kids in the FA zone. Law Fam says, it has to be a named item WTF. Lupco says, how many times can you run Hive a day and get loot? Fasted says, anyone need to do Glacial Tarn for Boldcaster? XX Mustard Monks X says, how's Dungeon Q still gotta wait while or quick? T0 VC says, X-Hive ranged DPS. Captain Damien says, I played on PC as well. Tylenol Fire says, X-Hive DPS. Valkyrie says, a data equals 0, outpost rush cache, level 65, / do these give LVL 725 gear? Zero Dog says, XHIV a DPS. Ilak Koban says, how do we take it back? Spuck the White says, no. Valkyrie says, take what back? Captain Damien says, game was dead AF on Marama. Onoth says, a data equals, 0, mystic doubloon, / a what to do with these. Ilak Koban says, our territory. Antibus Dark Moon says, Antibus Dark Moon dances. Block Party says, how do I get a mount? Valkyrie says, declare war and win it. Block Party says, this quest hella offer. Jabba Bebo says, pay money. Hellhound Actual says, man what the bleep are these connection issues now? Sir Branwen says, Sir Branwen gives the thumbs up. Valkyrie says, you'll see a influence race come up, participate in that, build enough influence and declare war. Valkyrie says, then win that war. Spuck the White says, WTS a data equals, 0, as if inductor, / a weapon / armor / jewelry / engineering. It's Nifum says, whoever had that dog mic in Everfall you should fix it bro. Ilak Koban says, THX. Fasted says, anyone help me get into the Glacial Tarn solo? Need to. Skisfall says, load up for Amrine excavation. Cold Wolf EGS says, a data equals, 0, how are you today? Second guitar sheet music January 1st, / a data equals, 1. How are you today? Drums sheet music January 1st, / a data equals, 2. How are you today? Mandolin sheet music January 1st, / a. Zero Dog says, X-Hive DPS. Smacks says, lol Khan still doing bleep the way he always does cheaply. Susan 42 says, X-Hive DPS, bleed rapier. Ta Mk Da DDIE says, LF healer BNBM1. M4 Kanai says, anyone wants to do Spriggan Arena? Lupko says, experienced 705 GS heals X-Hive. Kiyar says, LF2M DPS need. Cobalt Cultist says, not enough jiggle physics on the men. Ignis Azure says, LFG Hive. M4 Kanai says, anyone wants to do Spriggan Arena? Smacks says, agreed. Derek says, would they make the run like this Fayao? Kemzik says, is AA. Smolder says, yes I want my nutsacks to jiggle PLZ. Kiyar says, LF1 DPS need quickness. Flinkosmo says, X-Hive DPS. Early Warning says, sorry you have codpiece on. ITZ Pushin P says, LF1 tank and healer 4 Hive. Ignis Azure says, LFG Hive DPS. Call Me Daddy 420 says, X-Hive DPS LFG. Logged Munaimpton says, X-Hive DPS. Banana BR3D says, X-Hive DPS. Logged Munaimpton says, X-Hive DPS. KTW 241 says, need one for Tarn boss. Kemzik says, is minimap allowed? I saw a mod. Logged Munaimpton says, X-Hive DPS. Ignis Azure says, LFG Hive DPS. Logged Munaimpton says, X-Hive DPS. M4 Kanai says, X-Hive DPS, have done IT before. Zero Dog says, X-Hive DPS. Kemzik says, is minimap allowed? I saw a mod. Logged Munainton says, X-Hive DPS. 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 Lupco says, experienced 705 GS heals X-Hive. Logged Munainton says, X-Hive DPS. 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 Ta nk.ddie says, LF heal BNBM 1 RTG. Shadow Fang 1624 says, Kit. Ignis Azure says, why don't we start a new hive group? Demonic Moon says, Algueen K Hable Taco. We3KZ says, LFG BNBM 2. Logged Munainton says, XOK. Derek says, how do I change skins now? Hammersumsh says, M4 Gem 1. LFG. Jack Violante says, assessing the enemy. Frkdabtaitka says, LF tank at maze then second boss. Marcus K says, XDPS new hive. Duck3R says, me habler poquito of Taco Bell language. Susan42 says, XDPS. Tylenol Fire says, X-Hive DPS. Ignis Azure says, LFG Hive DPS. M4 Kanai says, X-Hive DPS, have done IT before. Ignis Azure says, LOL XD EMA start 1. Tylenol Fire says, X-Hive DPS. Archlord Ringst says, Taco Bell is just sacrilege. Logged Munainton says, X-Hive, he has done IT before. Jack Violante says, meet with Jonas and nothing after talking to him. Duck3R says, I can say Chalupa and Maz Cerveza por favor. Hammersumsh says, M4 Gem 1. LFG. Susan42 says, X-Hive DPS. Spuck the White says, now that there is what's called a hot take. Desiree says, RIP CRXNV. Moss Dope Dudeman says, Ted Bundy of iTunes. Logged Munainton says, shout out Susan Shaz a DPS build for Hive. Lupco says, experienced 705 GS heals X-Hive. Spuck the White says, WTS, as if inductor, weapon / armor / jewelry / engineering. Hammersumsh says, M4 Gem 1. LFG. Wowzos need one more in queue. Logged Munainton says, Lupco is a veteran. Logged Munainton says, thank you for your service. Major Mizato says, Chipotle is the best Mexican food. Tylenol Fire says, X-Hive DPS. Logged Munainton says, hey guys. It's Maddox says, X. CRXNV says, Mexican food is terrible and unhealthy, that's why they all big backs. Susan42 says, X-Hive DPS. Ignis Azure says, what's the strat? Ta nk.ddie says, LF heals BNBM 1. Duck3R says, Calate Pendeo Dija mi comida grazosa deliciosa on paz. Nico the Mighty says, what are Dublins used for? Logged Munangton says, X DPS healer tank build 705 single, M, height 6'7", 250 lbs. Tylenol Fire says, X Hive DPS. Avarice Deeds says, Nola presta attenzione es ignoranti. Hellhound Actual says, hey Amazon guys, why the bleep aren't resources client side yet? Jack Violante says, anyone else having quest issues with assessing the enemy? Logged Munangton says, X experienced. Panda says, they never will be client side. Panda says, that defeats the purpose of the TH. Call Me Daddy 420 says, X Hive DPS. M4 Kanai says, X Winter Forge DPS. Panda says, TP asterisk. Aramex says, Missy's head to Clearmont's. Mad Healed says, I'll come heal. Mad Healed says, Hive. Logged Munangton says, Magni is at Maze looking to join Hive. Ignis Azure says, LFG Hive DPS. Logged Munangton says, birds are cool. Logged Munangton says, so are snakes. Sir Sideswipe says, leveling up riding skill or mounts, a thing in this game. Logged Munangton says, X Hive. Ta NK.DDIE says, LF heal BNBN 1 RTG. Magni says, LF experienced DPS for Hive, at Maze, PLZ no second fight. Noodles TTV says, ISO of a way to make some coin. I'm down to 2k and was wondering what you guys used to make some decently quick coin. Tylenol Fire says, X Hive DPS has done it before. CRXNV says, yes you can level your mount to get faster and stuff by doing race or eating vital. Ghost Facial says, X DPS Hive no max. Sir Sideswipe says, okay thanks. Mint Boy says, Barnacles N1. Farming Void Dark Plate. Need 1 DPS. Kemzik says, you can have perks/items on your mount plus cosmetic. Billy Itatori says, X DPS Hive range. Poppin' Off says, X Hive DPS. Jumping Lily says, do those vittles. Tylenol Fire says, X Hive DPS ranged, done it before. Silver Scene says, WTS a data equals 0, prismatic leather, / a X53 a data equals 1, harvester pants, / a data equals 2, precision armoring tools, / a very cheap. Logged Munangton says, starting Hive party X Hive for invite. Billy Itatori says, X Hive DPS ranged. Tylenol Fire says, X Hive DPS ranged, done it before. Poro Use Windwall says, X Hive DPS. Kemzik says, meh, I wish Vittles had more to it than just XP. Logged Munangton says, need healer for X Hive. ITZ Pushin P says, X Hive DPS. Valkyrie says, did they nerf OPRX? Used to be 5,500. Tylenol Fire says, X Hive DPS ranged, done it before. Marcus K says, X DPS Hive. Zer0 Agent says, a data equals 0, hoplite shoes, / a X healer Hive. Fenroast says, X Hive tank. Noodles TTV says, W. Mint Boy says, M1 Barnacles. Quick Run. LF1 DPS. Is Kramer says, X Hive Healer. King Creamy says, a data equals 0, Mithril Longsword of the Soldier, / a WTS, make offer. Horo Use Windwall says, X Hive DPS. Ta MK.EDIE says, LF Heal BNBM1 RTG. Poppinoff says, X Hive DPS. Caliban says, like I said new tank. Magni says, LF1 experienced DPS for Hive, at Maze, know the second fight mechanics. Spuck the White says, WTS, Azith Inductor, weapon / armor / jewelry / engineering. Ghost Faisal says, DPS X Hive Nomax. Fasted says, LFG Glacial Tran Bold Caster Quest. Aramex says, Tyat Misses. Marcus K says, XDPS Hive. Razy says, thanks for taking my alpha kill bro lol. Batnum says, good thing the console players joined an active PC server, so the market was active with easier to obtain items. Silverstein says, WTS a data equals 0, precision armoring tools / a 13K. Controller disconnected. Please reconnect your controller to continue. Press circle to close. Imaloy says, a data equals 0, engineer hat / a WTS 3K. Zane Valentine says, I haven't been on here in months, tempted to hit a fresh start server. Worth it? Razy says. Valkyrie says, this is the only MedPop PC server lmao. Valkyrie says, that's isn't fresh start. Poppinoff says, any Cutlass Key Elite chest run? Lord Boxo says, the new Vling experience is pretty fun tbh. Jumping Lily says, this is legacy. SGT Alien says, yup. Zane Valentine says, I just hate the thought of regrinding all the artifacts. Tommy Rousseau says, any hatchery groups going? Jumping Lily says, so don't. Magicosa says, 1 olive. Valkyrie says, I'm 250 in all trade skills / crafting / etc. No way I'm grinding that bleep. X Universe 8 says, Missy's calmer back. Blah Fam says, where do you get Ritual of the Hereafter life staff? Valkyrie says, got all the armors and everything. Batnum says, this was a lower pop server from the GetUp, which gives console a bit more room to meld into the already going market. Jumping Lily says, this chara. Luck Hillam says, yo where's the best XP quests / dungeons to do at? Mamoru says, THX for buying my musket. Ta MK.EDIE says, 65. Jumping Lily says, this character is my fresh start and my old one has all trades but only level 60. Valkyrie says, I found out DD you can have multiple characters on the same server. Ta MK.EDIE says, market. Is Kramer says, LF Group Hive Healer. Ta MK.EDIE says, or crafting. Lady Muffins says, this market is the most stable of all servers. I Defy says, 725 PvP armor is a scam yay. Law Fam says, Thai tank, where would I go to craft it? Jumping Lily says, no. Law Fam says, woodworking. Pretzelgsk says, LF DPS Hive first boss. Panican Skywalker says, new animation for meteor shower is cool. Jumping Lily says, only those with 725 have that in PvP. Fing 3 RM3 says, X any M1 or M2 DPS. Z-Log says, LF Company. I Defy says, why is the armor type random? I Defy says, for 1,500. Scroll says, Fear Speed says, any PVX companies, returning back to the game. Smolder says, Battle Mage LFG Hive. Turkinator says, X Hive DPS Javelin / Hatchet Rend. Wicked Nomad says, why are most armor drops and get in are for female? My character is a dude. Valkyrie says, lame, I can't queue for OPR while in the FFA zone. Anakin Skywalker says, in queue for OPR but it's taken its time. Jumping Lily says, OPR kinda dead. Lily D. Rolo says, how does gypsum work now? Valkyrie says, you're super bleeped and then, there's like 1% female armor in this game. Jumping Lily says, I hate it. Vange says, Arena is dead, OPR slow AF. Jumping Lily says, I want a skirt armor. Sir Goder says, I hate console players. Valkyrie says, doesn't exist, not for 3 years now. Wicked Nomad says, want to trade lol. Valkyrie says, bleep, console players are the best. Fing 3 RM3 says, how come I cannot open my Mutator carry bonus cache? Archlord Ringst says, LF4N-Tempest-GF. Jumping Lily says, I look like a man. Rhea Ray says, why hate us? Valkyrie says, all these green newbies experiencing for the first time. Jumping Lily says, ooga boogas. Morse Tangier says, a data equals 0, fire staff of the scholar, / a does the bleed work with the fire staff? Fasted says, anyone needing to do bold caster quests? Spuck the White says, yes. Vange says, yup. Nicholas Oscar says, this might be a dumb question, but did they move gem cutting? I can't cut any of my gems at the stone cutting table. I'm Aloy says, keen and keenly jagged is good. Mrs. says, Mrs. WT done - thank you all, see you tomorrow 3. Morse Tangier says, thanks. Sleepy Joe says, console players revived the game, you ungrateful peasant. Wicked Nomad says, PC noob okay. Spuck the White says, gem cutting is part of jewel crafting now instead of stone cutting. Jumping Lily says, gems are in tailoring. Valkyrie says, it's its own thing now. I'm Aloy says, a data equals 0, fire staff of the scholar, / abyss FS. Nicholas Oscar says, thanks guys. Sir Goder says, who bleep said that I want you to bleep now? Poppin' Off says, X Hive Hiela. Valkyrie says, bis is 725 now, anything below salvagable. Is Kramer says, LF Group Hive Healer. Zero Dog says, X Hive DPS. Jumping Lily says, yup. Loading. Please wait. Caitlin Snow says, Caitlin Snow dances. Nicholas Oscar says, oh wait, that sucks, my jeweling is like my least leveled thing D. Roadkillin says, same. Nicholas Oscar says, I am maxed on stone cutting TT_TT. Roadkillin says, haha. Spuck the White says, it's actually a huge buff to JC to put gem cutting in it lol. Jumping Lily says, how about your fishing? Zentakalawa says, a data equals 0, Gorgon's eye, / a WTS. Spuck the White says, that was by far the cheapest way to do stone cutting and now it's the cheapest way to do jewel crafting. Anath says, any doing hive. Archlord Ringst says, music all trading skill. Testudo Velix says, LFG hive any roll. Valkyrie says, went from 65 to 207 in 10 minutes yesterday. Ta NK.EDIE says, first time doing hive but a tank looking to learn. Axe Superior says, X hive DPS. Iron Beast CM says, X hive DPS. Nicholas Oscar says, but I just refined all my motes D. Vange says, what would bis musket rolls be for PvP? Archlord Ringst says, LF4M-Tempest-GF. Mutiny says, LF Tank Shipyard Norm. Roadkillin says, did you get it? Elaine says, making arrows and bullets, good way to level trade skill. Ferner says, a data equals 0, mithril musket of the ranger, / a WTS. Joe's knows the way says, someone join Empyrean Forge. Alexandria says, X hive range DPS. Elaine says, ammo is gone. Mutiny says, LF Tank Shipyard Norm. Missy says, Missy's WT done - thank you all for joining, see you tomorrow at 3-4 p.m. EST3. Archlord Ringst says, LF3M - Tempest-GF. Elaine says, Axe removed a lot of items. English Bill says, XDPS hive. One crew says, what is dark matter used for now? I've got tens of thousands of that stuff. Taz4 says, hey. Tasty Greens says, THNJX. Anath says, need more for hive. FLCN says, mostly upgrading stuff. Spuck the White says, WTS, as if inductor, weapon / armor / jewelry / engineering. Slockenberg says, Axe said in the patch that you have to give me all your dark matter. Testudo Velix says, LFG hive any roll. Slockenberg says, no lie. Alexandria says, X hive range DPS. Varied Mythos says, I believe it. One crew says, PFFFF. Merc for Hire says, LF2 DPS the depths. Grand Knight Spike says, Grand Knight Spike has reached font color equals, ed 63E, level 25 / font. Banana BR3D says, X hive DPS. Elaine says, Bob. Slockenberg says, I didn't wish AGS did it as a favor to me. Entombо says, X DPS depths. Elaine says, you can't trade it. One crew says, what's the bispo now? Still this? A data equals 0, syncretic bow / a. Crash says, LF healer and DPS for hive raid. Slockenberg says, I was best man at AGS's wedding. Lortalini says, I have 10. Javis says, hola. Oberia says, one crew, pretty much. Archlord Ringst says, LF3M - Tempest-GF. One crew says, 8 thanks. Turkinator says, X hive DPS - javelin / hatchet rend. Law Fam says, anyone know what town has a vendor you can craft Ritual of the Hereafter staff? Operia says, you can check out some of the bow artifacts to compare. Yanuarian 2 says, a data equals 0, shattered sword, slash a data equals 1, fragmented musket, slash a data equals 2, scaling powder, slash a data equals 3, serpentine hanjuard, slash a data equals 4, timeless glove shard, slash a WTS bulk. Elaine says, should be able at all. Yanuarian 2 says, shattered sword, fragmented musket, scaling powder, serpentine hanjuard, timeless glove shard, WTS bulk. Jeremiah says, Hive first boss need range DPS. Twisted Wizard says, I need to fight Little Simon. Jeremiah says, 1 slot. Operia says, 5 wooden coin, 1 corrupted lodestone, 3 sulfur. Operia says, 1 corrupted shard. Cheesy says, X. Drippy J says, where the Well of Fortune? I know it Cutlass but where lol. Merc for Hire says, need 1 DPS the depths. Lady Muffins says, town. Joe's knows the way says, someone join Empyrean Forge quest. Jeremiah says, full tivm. Archlord Rinks says, LF3M-Tempest-GF. Zero Dog says, X-Hive DPS. Sir Goder says, Cariska looks different now. I miss the old version. Avian Ignite says, LF3M-Tempest-GF. Imaloy says, a data equals 0, Scout Helm of the Scholar, slash a WTS. Spuck the White says, WTS, as if inductor, weapon slash armor slash jewelry slash engineering. Archlord Rinks says, LF2M-Tempest-GF. Imaloy says, a data equals 0, pattern, tip of the iceberg, GS600/A. Lortalini says, port to town and try again. Imaloy says, a data equals 0, pattern, tip of the iceberg, GS600/A WTS2K. Zentakalawa says, a data equals 0, Gorgon's Eye/a WTS. Axe Superior says, X-Hive DPS. Archlord Rinks says, LF1 Tank-Tempest-GF. Zero Dog says, X DPS Hive. Sonia Amalia says, X-Hive DPS. Vanos G says, QOPR. Ferner says, X-Hive DPS. Imaloy says, a data equals 0, Golden Scarab/a WTS1K. Grand Knight Spike says, Grand Knight Spike has reached font color equals, ED63E, level 26/font. Grand Knight Spike says, Grand Knight Spike has reached font color equals, ED63E, level 26/font. Von Hellsmith says, finally the grind is over for today, what you all doing? Von Hellsmith says, I'm relaxing with some fishing ATM. Avarice Deeds says, grinding. Mamoru says, the grind never ceases. Bamfoolery says, what's button to recall back to town please hurry my gerbil is choking. Avarice Deeds says, haven't played in almost 2 years so I gotta grind. Von Hellsmith says, what you grinding? Doubloons. Avarice Deeds says, XP. Magni says, LF1 experienced DPS Hive, second boss, no fight. Frash says, LF DPS Hive. Aroth says, how do you transfer to another world? Frash says, raid. Axe Superior says, X DPS I know fight. Zentakalawa says, WTS Major Ancient. Bamfoolery says, button to teleport home. What is IT? Spuck the White says, WTS, as if inductor, weapon / armor / jewelry / engineering. Von Hellsmith says, gotta pay $15 sto transfer. Von Hellsmith says, it's in the store. PvP Ollie says, get the server transfer ticket from shop. Magni says, filled thanks. Jumping Lily says, what's your refresh rate? Mamoru says, first transfer is free. Niwer says, really? $15 lol. Z-Log says, LF company to join. Quebec Hua says, recherche des Français. Aroth says, alright thanks. God's Chosen says, I hope your gerbil dies. Jumping Lily says, I had to up mine because some areas dropped hella FPS. Livwira says, looking for a active friendly company new to the game wanting to play caster / healer. Coretree says, haven't played in a year, how do you know if you have a house? Bamfoolery says, HES dying as we speak. Just Baramir says, may thy gerbil chip and chatter. Koraki says, imagine being so weak you look at Trump and see strength. Zero Dog says, X-Hive DPS. God's Chosen says, let him die. Luke says, imagine being so weak you can see. Pre-Nut says, no one cares about your damn rat. Cold Wolf EGS says, W. Mamoru says, survival of the fittest. Sonia Amalia says, X-Hive range DPS. Sir Goder says, I bleep to Trump. Niwer says, imagine being so brainwashed you vote for a puppet. Pre-Nut says, just leave the game. Koraki says, yeah, Trump is Putin's puppet. Bamfoolery says, bleep in rage asterisk. Mortem Babe says, God bless. Spuck the White says, I knew we were cooked this election when a Canadian asked me, so are you voting for the dead guy or the rapist? Mohamed Lapinga says, vote Trump 2024, if not you will know what is to live in Cuba XD. Blah Fam says, anyone up for a quick couple Lazarus runs? Luke says, freeze for Trump. Bamfoolery says, anyone wanna go fishing? Mortem Babe says, can you hunt furries yet? Coretree says, LF active PvP company / little pva. T-Roy says, I'm looking for PvP. Blue Chew says, Cuba the best. Fox Sin Gaming 25 TV says, come get me Mortem. Avarice Deeds says, Viva Cuba mi hermano. Wizard says, I'll do one with you am healer. Blah Fam says, or if anyone looking for a healer for Hive ECT, I'm down. Mortem Babe says, equals oh what you taste like. Coretree says, LF active Covnent company. Mokaa says, X-Hive DPS. Weeping Dawn says, Ayo. Call me Daddy 420 says, X-Hive DPS. Sir Goder says, X-Hive DPS. Orioner says, AOL back for the first time in literal years. Waskell says, same. Avarice Deeds says, welcome back homie. Bamfoolery says, haven't played in a year. Jumping Lily says, welcome back. Waskell says, they changed a lot. Courtree says, LF active company. Bamfoolery says, no they didn't. Bob Barbas says, oh hey. M1S3R4Vi says, new company LF new teammates to play together, learn and have some fun. And of course get the 725 gear. I says, twitch.tv/Horlocks playing the most op PvP build. Waskell says, new intro. Doppelganger says, XLFG DPS Hive. Bamfoolery says, wetness is at play here. Maximo Terralius says, tank LFG Hive. Burklaw Grizzer says, X up for Merc run. Spooky Papaya says, X Merc. Speedy1 says, X Merc. Fadeview says, can artifacts upgrade to 725 yet? Orioner says, hilarious, the only weapon that I don't have a free respec is the Void Gauntlet. Mokaa says, X Merc. Avantboss says, X Merc. Bamfoolery says, Ekaton applications being taken at middle of town. Ninja Kami says, LF1 DPS M2 Din in GF. Eistenser says, X Merc. Ursati says, X Merc. Orioner says, furnishing still the money skill. Big 43,160 says, my butthole itches. Roscoe says, mine too. FLCN says, wipe. Eracor says, what is a good way to level standing? Sin Snipes says, is the only way to get Disdained Affliction craft mod by salvaging Hollet weapons? Blah Fam says, LF2 peeps for quick Lazarus run I can heal or DPS. Koraki says, Daddy will make it better for you. Northson says, a data equals 0, Mithril Musket of the Ranger, / a WTS PMO. Blah Fam says, LF2 peeps for quick Lazarus run I can heal or DPS, group finder I put lobby up. Sir Rigatoni says, Oopa. Spooky Papaya says, X Merc. Buster says, can anyone help with Isabella boss? Zentakalawa says, WTS Major Ancient. Sonia Amalia says, X Hive Healer. Shadow S says, what level Cody? Kadak says, WTS 23x data equals 0, Golden Scarab, / a 1.2k per. Burklaw Grizzer says, X up for Merc run. Big Cactus says, Big Cactus sits. Pretzelgsk says, LF DPS Hive first boss. Buster says, wait I think it's a solo mission. Spooky Papaya says, X Merc. Drippy J says, anyone running Hive? Koraki says, Bleep is pretty cool. It hurts at first, but then you get used to feeling angry at your dad. Burklaw Grizzer says, Spooky, won't let me invite, you're probably flagged. Ninja Kami says, LF1 DPS M2 Din in GF, no bleed rapier. Drippy J says, anyone running Hive? Jeremiah says, Hive need 1 DPS. Mustachio Mage says, what is WTS? Drippy J says, got you. Masahan says, X Murky. Vange says, finally a data equals 0, syncretic musket, /A. 0, Dob says, XPDS fo. Batnum says, want to sell. Olivia says, good evening Valhalla. Amanda says, so 7. Orioner says, what is level CAP now? Vertisikia says, Scorp is up. Jeremiah says, full TKS. Mike Oxenheimer says, one thing that is quite odd is the NPCs can use spear and shield but not players. Law Fam says, LF1 more peeps for quick lasers run need a tank or good deep psy can heal or DPS, group finder I put lobby up. Mustachio Mage says, okay. Burklaw Grizzer says, X up for Merc run. Ninja Kami says, LF1 DPS M2 Din in GF, already have bleed rapier. Spuck the White says, WTS, Azith Inductor, weapon / armor / jewelry / engineering. Masahan says, X Murky. Pretzelgsk says, LF DPS / healer hive first boss. Sir Goder says, why did they add a cushion when you talk with NPCs? ODP says, they can use two-hand axe and shield. Northson says, a data equals 0, mithril musket of the ranger / a WTS. Cardinal says, how DPU prone on Xbox? Harkey says, it was either NPC cut screens or new Oper map. Pretzelgsk says, LF healer hive first boss. Burklaw Grizzer says, Merc run starting soon, X4 invite. Law Fam says, LF1 DPS or tank for lasers fast run. Thormagan says, how do I get back into the game -LVL 60, no expansion yet. Monkhypes says, X hive healer. Steak Sausage says, X Merc. Crimson Gravy says, Crimson Gravy gives the thumbs up. Crimson Gravy says, Crimson Gravy gives the thumbs up. Crimson Gravy says, Crimson Gravy gives the thumbs up. Ira Del Flora says, you go pro on the Xbox with your left bumper and down the left stick. Von Hellsmith says, I'd recommend expansion then if you have any intent on doing endgame stuff. Lazelo says, GG. Pretzelgsk says, LF DPS hive first boss. Von Hellsmith says, not much to do at 60 other than grind trade skills. Back says, how do you get a flail if you have the expansion? Mustachio Mage says, a data equals 0, bloodied lost combat trophy / a fur free. Gerald Duhot says, X Merc. Koraki says, my dad would be pissed if he knew how gaping my bleep was right now. Law Fam says, LF1 DPS or tank for lasers fast run. Von Hellsmith says, the first MSQ that takes you there gives one but they drop everywhere. Alandra says, X Merc. Spuck the White says, relatable. Kaya Pets says. Bob Sags 3 says, X Gorgon. Grey Mitzi says, need healer hive at second boss. Pretzelgsk says, LF DPS hive first boss. Muffin Girth says, X hive DPS. Luke says, Furries for Trump who is with me. Sir Goder says, nah it cushion. Logged Munainton says, need healer X hive. Fenroast says, LF1 healer hive Echidna boss. Logged Munainton says, final boss. Grey Mitzi says, need healer hive at second boss. Northson says, a data equals 0, mithril musket of the ranger, / a WTS PMO sale price. Poppinoff says, in healer for hive. Valkyrie says, need one healer for Typhon in give. Crusader 2124 says, death for furries. Haas with me. Burklaw Grizzer says, X up for Merc November 20th. Lortalini says, yes. Sir Goder says, X Merc. Koraki says, what's wrong with furries? Crusader 2124 says, nothing, just hating. Law Fam says, anyone for Les? Law Fam says, got a group in Group Finder. Zentakalawa says, WTS Major Ancient. Burklaw Grizzer says, X up for Merc December 20th. The Georgian says, Life Ring Raid running, X for in 13/20. Spooky Juki says, any Sandworm raid going. Crusader 2124 says, hating things. Aragony Lesser says, how do I mount a fish? Tylenol Fire says, X-Hive DPS ranged, done it before. Panda says, carefully. Crusader 2124 says, avoiding the scales. Tylenol Fire says, X-Hive DPS ranged, done it before. The Tripod Legend says, LF tank for Legend in GF. Burklaw Grizzer says, Merc starting soon, looking for a few more, X up. Von Hellsmith says, on ISA data equals 0, pristine pearl, /A. One Duragator says, hello, anyone there? Chfall says, X for Merc. Spuck the White says, WTS, as if inductor, weapon / armor / jewelry / engineering. Shadow S says, X Merc. Tylenol Fire says, X-Hive DPS ranged, done it before. Yanuarian 2 says, WTS Timeless Gloves Shard Bulk. One Duragator says, I thought I was going to come back to a dead server. Law Fam says, we got 265 in here for Les. Law Fam says, in Group Finder or die. Spuck the White says, the dead server thought it was gonna come back to you. Tylenol Fire says, X-Hive DPS ranged, done it before. Von Hellsmith says, towns are full of people, the world tours are massive, Zerg fests like usual, all is good even though we're only med pop. Sibab always says, more PPL on yesterday than the day before. Sir Goder says, at. Sir Goder says, as usual. Big 43,160 says, bleep. Olivia says, numbers good. Burklaw Grizzer says, Merc run 13/20. X up. Spooky Juki says, LFG group Sandworm. Olivia says, numbers rising. Horizon Scent says, some people at work, wait another hour and more PPL should be on. Bob Roos says, X-Hive. Tylenol Fire says, X-Hive DPS ranged, done it before. Northson says, a data equals 0, mithril musket of the ranger, / a WTS. Von Hellsmith says, BTW random hint for easy furnishing LVLS keeper extra schematics. You can turn M in for 5k XP a pop at workshop. Bob Sags 3 says, X-Hive healer. Blah fam says, one more for Laz anyone? Yanuarian 2 says, WTS timeless gloves shard bulk. Kadak says, WTS 23X, golden scarab, 1.2k per. Zentakalawa says, WTS major ancient. Riley 97 says, would anybody like to join my company? Tylenol Fire says, X-Hive DPS. Atropa 007 says, would SNS with FS be good or should I use something else? Enceladus says, X-Merc. Nico the Mighty says, X-Merc. Ilivpia says, Fire Staff Great Axe is good. Ilivpia says, and get Inferno. Pos Acid Reflux says, X-Merc. Von Hellsmith says, lol I found what I think is a nice healer ring a data equals 0, exemplary ring of the century, /A. Yanuarian 2 says, WTS timeless gloves shard bulk. Von Hellsmith says, guessing that's good. Bob Roos says, X-Hive DPS or healer. Connor says, FS/GA only works with Inferno. Burklaw Grizzer says, Merc run 18/20 starting soon. X up. Blah fam says, one more for Laz anyone? Spuck the White says, WTS, Azith Inductor, Weapon/Armor/Jewelry/Engineering. Centauri says, X-Merc. Tylenol Fire says, X-Hive DPS. Shia Silver Star says, if I buy the expansion can I use a mount at low level? Wicked Nomad says, Wicked Nomad sits. Von Hellsmith says, yes. Small Stinky Bus says, 20. Cardinal says, THST word prone don't work for me do have to be in a senent place or you can do any time. Von Hellsmith says, cause of the console update. Connor says, everyone's MSQ reset a little less than 2 years ago. Connor says, not because of console. Randall Thor says, X-Merc. Bamfoolery says, hey hi hello greetings. One Duragator says, I'm max level and having to go to the trade post and check in at the inn. Sir Meathead says, thanks. Von Hellsmith says, wait does lifestyle stack if I have more than one gear piece with it? Grizzly Frizzly says, X-Merc. Jester Motley says, tried to link my gear in chat and my game crashed. Codabuster says, X-Merc. Von Hellsmith says, lol. Rules says, X-Merc. Fake Kenpaki says, that means it's bad. Spider Corpse says, what's up with Lilith, down for maint yet again. Bob Sags 3 says, X-Gorgon Healer. Toxiator says, LFM Glacial Quick Run. Spooky Juki says, LFM Sandworm. Wizard says, hey was Laz the dungeon that got boss reworks? Or a different one? Geyserik says, X-Merc. Coldog says, X-Merc. Lortalini says, Revelation. Connor says, Laz was updated, it's in the patch notes, I haven't run it yet to have seen the specific changes. Spooky Juki says, LFM Sandworm. The Georgian says, Lifering Group running, X for invite November 20th. Colonel Spanky says, X Lifering. Von Fitzer says, X Lifering. Spooky Juki says, LFM Sandworm. Von Hellsmith says, any healers want this ring for free? A data equals 0, exemplary ring of the century, / a it's tradable don't feel like selling it. Spider Corpse says, X Merc. Berklog Rizzer says, Merc group full. Mr. City says, me. Berklog Rizzer says, Sry, start new raid. Itty Bitty Timmy says, X Merc. Hertzless says, LFM Toy Maker Thaw. Spider Corpse says, I'll just follow along. Itty Bitty Timmy says, X Merc. Hammersumsh says, X Sandworm. Spooky Juki says, LFM Sandworm Raid. Call Me Daddy 420 says, LFM 2 Healer and Tank Hive. Entombos says, a data equals 0, reinforced Starmetal fishing pole charm, / a X2, WTS 2500 grams / EDM please. Spuck the White says, WTS, Azith Inductor, weapon / armor / jewelry / engineering. Poro Use Windwall says, LFG Hive DPS. Spooky Juki says, LFM Sandworm Raid. Poro Use Windwall says, X Hive DPS. Hockey Vi says, need a company. Itty Bitty Timmy says, X Merc. Zentakalawa says, WTS Major Ancient. Bad Sheep Crazy says, 1 sec. Spider Corpse says, y'all missed the leak chest back there. Call Me Daddy 420 says, need 2 heals and Tank Hive. Oberia says, so old tinctures and coatings below LVL5 were removed from game. Spooky Juki says, LFM Sandworm Raid. Oberia says, odd choice. Ilithpia says, not really. Sir Goder says, they want them to suffer. Poro Use Windwall says, X Sandworm. Poro Use Windwall says, DPS. Ilithpia says, since you get to level 5 in like 7 minutes. Kill Lee says, Kill Lee dances. Randall Thor says, X Merc. Spooky Juki says, LFM Sandworm Raid. Torbran says, need 1 hive. Jim Bounty says, X Hive DPS. ITZ Pushin P says, X Hive. Hammersumsh says, DPS FS Sandworm Raid. Witcher 1 says, X Merc. Call Me Daddy 420 says, 2 heals and Tank Hive, got this. Did Igatem says, any PC players having rendering issues? Ken Akio says, is it worth creating new char or not really? King Creamy says, X tank for anything, Hive clear, Ken link gear. Jim Bounty says, X Hive DPS. Waka Flocka says, do you get the Azith staff through the main storyline? Hitman 000 grams says, X Worm Tank. Orioner says, man they really lowered the upkeep price of houses. Hitman 000 grams says, X Worm Tank. ITZ Pushin P says, X Hive. Spooky Juki says, LFM Sandworm Raid. Orioner says, haven't played in a few years, and was expecting it to be like 200 grams, and it was like 200. Tweet Yuchia says, X Hive DPS. ITZ Pushin P says, X Hive DPS. Did Igatem says, no one else is. Spooky Juki says, LFM Sandworm Raid. Bonaianum says, I need money, see. Call me Daddy 420 says, 2 heals Hive then GTG. Spider Corpse says, laggy. Jim Bounty says, X Hive DPS. Spooky Juki says, LFM Sandworm Raid. Onoth says, any DPS for Hive. Drader77 says, any real point in buying a house? Burks says, X-Worm. Spider Corpse says, storage. Oberia says, the DMG trophies. Spuck the White says, and always available teleport. Jim Bounty says, X-Hive DPS. Drader77 says, okay thanks. One Duragator says, and respawn cheaper respawn. Spooky Juki says, LFM Sandworm Raid. Call me Daddy 420 says, 2 healers for Hive. Duke Abigor says, LF Hive Tank. Spooky Juki says, LFM Sandworm Raid. Courtree says, LF Company. Drader77 says, can you buy multiple houses? Spuck the White says, 3. Spuck the White says, WTS, as if inductor, weapon / armor / jewelry / engineering. Von Hellsmith says, ya bigger houses get more storage too. Tylenol Fire says, X-Hive DPS. Spooky Juki says, LFM Sandworm Raid. Von Hellsmith says, so save up for those if you ask me. Onoth says, need players for Hive. Drader77 says, will do thanks. Tylenol Fire says, X-Hive DPS. Duke Abigor says, LF Hive Tank. Spooky Juki says, LFM Sandworm Raid. Zukaari says, Zukaari Waves. Jim Bounty says, X-Hive DPS. Muffin Girth says, XWT. Call me Daddy 420 says, LF Healer and DPS Hive. JYM 989 says, can you play Ethereum with old save game? Me 11 Man says, CMON, couple more for Worm. Absurd Onion says, what's good goobers? Muffin Girth says, X-Worm. Ken Akio says, HUD is too big, how can I make it smaller? Tylenol Fire says, X-Hive DPS ranged, done it before. Onoth says, anyone for Hive. Cocksmith says, what's up with T's dumbass questions with the save files? Vitamilk Tia says, X-Worm. Spooky Juki says, LFM Sandworm Raid. Orioner says, what is the max number of houses you can own now? Call me Daddy 420 says, need healers Hive. Cartana says, 7. Spooky Juki says, LFM Sandworm Raid. Charisma XX says, 3. Ken Akio says, so you can't make the HUD smaller damn. The Georgian says, X Sandworm. Tawny Kaiden says, X Sandworm. Okulto N says, thank you. Sitazuki says, X Sandworm. Lady Arafel says, I'm half blind, I like the HUD lol. Spider Corpse says, the dumb mana bar. Onoth says, need players for Hive, make 950 gold from quest. Ken Akio says, 2 cramp. Kelt Rand says, laggy as balls. Call me Daddy 420 says, need 2 healers Hive. Spooky Juki says, LFM Sandworm Raid. The Trickster God says, YTF is my mutation Q bugged. Sitazuki says, X Sandworm. Me 11 Man says, Sandworm Raid, X let's go. Onoth says, players for Hive. Cardinal says, I have a question, what is the mood food for? Small Stinky Bus says, where's Worm at? Lady Arafel says, it levels your riding. Oberia says, Cardinal, LVL up your horse riding, look at your skill page. Blow Momard says, so your horse is happier. Fullroth says, Fullroth does a dainty twirl. Onoth says, players for Hive. Spooky Juki says, LFM Sandworm Raid. Lady Arafel says, good luck finding the barley to make it. Oberia says, what button do I pet my horse and make hearts? Spuck the White says, WTS, as if inductor, weapon / armor / jewelry / engineering. Brocco Wick says, X. Sitazuki says, X Sandworm. Fullroth says, Fullroth does a dainty twirl. Spooky Juki says, bro I've already sent you an inv. Spooky Juki says, LFM Sandworm Raid. Fullroth says, Fullroth does a dainty twirl. Calix Ignis says, help with Toy Maker Thon. Small Stinky Bus says, where's Worm? Spooky Juki says, Brimstone. Orioner says, so they added a new tire and locked it behind expansion. Is it worth actually getting for money making, or do people still shop T5 for furniture, jewelry, etc.? Small Stinky Bus says, where on map? Badnum says, it comes with a mount. Mesharu says, a data equals 0, mono Esches tuning orb, / a LF tank and healer 1 DPS. Me 11 Man says, need couple more for Worm Raid. Jdunkan says, X mono heals. Calix Ignis says, Eldest Aircore. Spider Corpse says, where is the dang repair gear option now? Honor says, and when I do upgrade, do my mastery levels get converted 1 for 1? Spooky Juki says, LFM Sandworm Raid. Nimbus says, X Hive DPS. Panda says, gone. Calix Ignis says, Sercor. Viri Elixir says, X Life Ring. Panda says, repair and ammo is gone. JC Malone says, named mobs I think. Lillian says, gear doesn't need repairing anymore. Spider Corpse says, K, thanks. Panda says, 07. Orioner says, ammo is gone. Logged Munainton says, need tank for X-Hivu. Viri Elixir says, someone invite me in Life Ring, I know y'all see me. Von Hellsmith says, yes. Eviscerator says, holy bleep 07. Spooky Juki says, LF couple more Sandworm Raid. Freaky says, need 1 tank for Hive. Batnum says, yup, no more wasting time on ammo. Orioner says, that is great, and also, damn, it was definitely a buff in PvP. Valdana says, did they get rid of arrow types? Logged Munainton says, need tank for Hive. Batnum says, no arrows. Valdana says, holy bleep. Batnum says, we can swim too. Call me Daddy 420 says, DPS for worm here. Panda says, you. Ron Swanson Sr. says, big lagged. Panda says, October 10th game. Valdana says, Ada Studio. Orianer says, so, if I had 9,999 arrows and shot, did it get converted into mats, or just lost? Halls Zeris says, XDPS Hive. Halls Zeris says, XDPS Hive. Spooky Juki says, LF couple more sandworm raid. Badnum says, good question. I was just glad they went away. Brunser says, as. Jester Motley says, mine was gone. Jester Motley says, no mats. Me 11 man says, worm raid, let's go couple more. Kalnathax says, lol. Select character screen. Press square to continue. Select character screen. Press square to select Ranger King. Loading. Please wait. Loading. Please wait. For text chat with other players, press the left button to open chat. Type message then press square to send chat. For proximity voice chat with other players, press and hold the left button while speaking. Orianer says, they added gearsets. Low-key amazing quality of life. Iden says, X-Dose. Onoth says, X-Hive DPS. Iden says, XDPS. Ogsticus says, LF1 tank stuck on first boss Empyrean Forge. Monkipes says, gearsets been added a while ago lol. Monkipes says, before June. Drippy J says, X-Hive. H3MT Lord says, X-Hive DPS. Orianer says, do they save your attributes to the gearset? Hip says, Group Finder M1 Dynasty LF1 DPS. Kenakio says, what is the max, is it 70 now or 65? Was it 60 before? Oberia says, they do not say vets. Monkipes says, sadly no. Panda says, 65. Me 11 man says, 2 more for sandworm raid. Spooky Juki says, LF couple more sandworm raid. Ticking J03 says, ticking J03 waves. Panda says, with DLC. Von Hellsmith says, it's still 65. Panda says, 60W/O. Ticking J03 says, ticking J03 waves. Hertzless says, LFM Toymaker Thaw, need tank/heals. Muffin Girth says, X-Sand. Kenakio says, I see. Von Hellsmith says, we haven't got a second DLC yet, so no LVL 70. Orianer says, oh, so you can't even earn exp without DLC. Toby says, is this game cross-platform? Terra Calidus says, QOL change I want is that all of the combined storage shows up as a single list as opposed to multiple tabs. Onat says, anyone for Hive need tanks and healers. Panda says, unless it's trade skills, no. Von Hellsmith says, no, we're stuck at 60 if you don't buy the DLC. Monkipes says, yeah, DLC is needed to get above 60. Calix Ignis says, need help with toy maker at Eldest Serkor. Ogsticus says, LF1 tank on first boss Empyrean Forge. Onat says, and ranged DPS. Sylv54 says, my game's so broken I haven't played in 6 months and now nothing will load. Monkipes says, money, money, money. Spooky Juki says, LF6M and GTG for Sandworm Raid. Panda says, are you on an SSD Sylv? Monkipes says, it's been broken for a while, lol. Panda says, Sylv asterisk. Orianer says, and extra trade a skill tire, so I feel like all my ways of making money are obsolete. Von Hellsmith says, did you do a fresh install of the game Sylv? Operia says, ammo is removed from game. Von Hellsmith says, if the client's 6 months old might be bugged. Darcy Bloomsday says, no more ammo. Onat says, anyone for Hive. Sylv54 says, yay. Do I gotta move it to my internal? Kenakio says, arrow as well. Orianer says, no ammo anymore Johnny, but also, doesn't look like any reimbursement for ammo. Number 1 Chicken says, D. Imaloy says, a data equals, 0, Scout Helm of the Scholar, / a WTS 5K. Johnny 222 says, Nual. Von Hellsmith says, SSD would be good if you have one. Johnny 222 says, thank you. Major Man says, Tony. Imaloy says, the Perfection Chaos offer. Spooky Juki says, come get your daily / weekly dark matter for Sandworm Raid. Onat says, players for Hive. Kenakio says, no more selling ammo dang. Dryad Vizsla says, X-Worm. Dojonium says, DPS Hive I've beat first boss. Spooky Juki says, Sandworm almost full come join quick. Relentful says, D. ODP says, a data equals, 0, keen eye, / a. Beware says, X sand. Toby says, still no legendary shields. Ice Cream says, X-Worm. Nico the Mighty says, X-Worm. Calix Ignis says, need help with toy maker at Eldest Serkor. WLLD Mongrel says, can you make it not switch targets when you move your mouse? Was Up Spencer says, X-Worm. Onat says, players for Hive. Vange says, a data equals, 0, syncretic musket, / a best third perk for PvP. Von Hellsmith says, will it skyrocket me from bleep? Von Hellsmith says, stay tuned. Spooky Juki says, LF1M for Sandworm and GTG. Von Hellsmith says, got 1k plus a data equals, 0, infused armor fragment, / a. Original Swisher says, X-Worm. Orioner says, yeah, like all of my skills have been reset but Void Gauntlet. Onot says, players for Hive. Puts Madigan says, 9-pound hammer, second guitar sheet music February 2nd. Orioner says, so I'm like, yeah. Don't know what, but apparently I was playing Hammer Blunder. Fadeview says, F. Shan73 says, I've just been running to places and doing the side missions, I don't have any more main quest. X Limits says, where to start been a bit. Sean0 she says, X Hive DPS. Oh I'm Edo says, a data equals 0. Major sandworm spoils, / a data equals 1. Minor sandworm spoils, / a data equals 2. Sclerat breeches of the soldier, /a. Onot says, need healers and tanks for Hive. Orioner says, so, if you're 60, do you stockpile exp, and when you buy the expansion you gain it all at once? Von Hellsmith says, answer was yes lol. Orioner says, or just turned off till you buy. I'm Aloy says, anyone here had infused weapon pads don't use still take it for free. Valkyrie says, need 1 DPS for second Hive fight. Oberia says, no on stockpiling XP. Danit says, X any press. Von Hellsmith says, it took 1k of those to get from Bleeple Mao. Oh I'm Edo says, a data equals 0. Round Dunaborn Shield, / a data equals 1. Ring of Shawnesian, / a data equals 2. Silken Cocoon, /a. Panda says, 0 XP gain at 60. Von Hellsmith says, imagine resource grinding I guess when you can just turn in frags. Onot says, healers tanks for Hive. Valdana says, I did everything in Angry Earth. Is there any new quest for returning max level players or do we just do the new features? Oberia says, Cutlass has nuked the quests. Akimbani says, just keep playing with weps you like. Akimbani says, I've been playing for a while. Akimbani says, it takes some time. Akimbani says, you'll get there. Akimbani says, just keep going and having fun. Akimbani says, yeah, I came back 3 weeks ago. Akimbani says, it's been fun. Von Hellsmith says, I'd focus on Cutlass if I was you. Valdana says, Cutlass-OK-THX. Von Hellsmith says, it got revamped and can give 725 gear now.
Here we are.
Enceladus says, X-Tank Hive.
Greatest night.
Vange says, how do you get 725 from Cutlass?
Nights.
Togless says, XDPS Hive.
Dear friends.
The Totem says, are Mithril tools still the best?
But
Mrs. Emily says, X Hive Heala data equals 0, Gorgon's Eye, /a.
You can attack from the gates and
Von Hellsmith says, 800 doubloons plus coconut at well.
Gawain and Luck.
Von Hellsmith says, choose your item type box and pray for good perks. Von Hellsmith says, it's a weekly though. I'm Aloy says, I'll buy 300 infused weapon scrap for 1k. King Creamy says, a data equals 0, Gorgonite inductor, /a. Onot says, any more players for Hive almost full. Blitzcraig says, I am just coming back to the game. Can anyone tell me how to show levels on zones? They seem to have disappeared on my map. The Totem says, are Mithril tools still the best tools? Rage Dude says, X-Hive. Kemzik says, if I prestige a trade skill, do I get anything? I'm Aloy says, I'll buy 300 infused weapon scrap for 1k, please DM me. King Creamy says, a data equals 0, hive of Gorgon's token, /a. Morse Tangier says, X-Hive Firemage if you have room. Panda says, open map, left side filters button, bottom click faction influence. Iron Beast CM says, X-Hive DPS. Centauri says, X-Hive. Kemzik says, if I prestige a trade skill, do I get anything? Shadow Eclipse says, Shadow Eclipse sits. DR Frozen says, X-Hive DPS. Onot says, lol. Portree says, where is the barter at? Onot says, says too many members. Blue Dreamer says, anyone have the map not load all the way in? Magyakosa says, a data equals 0, Earring of Shaneshan, / a data equals 1, Sclerid Plate of the Ranger, /a. Bloody says, what's this? Musical says, a data equals 0, Sandlian Claws, /a. Go Bang says, X-Hive ranged DPS. Skylish says, does no 1k regular dungeons? Billy Itatori says, X-Hive ranged DPS. Thormagan says. Torbran says, X-Hive. Oberia says, choose musket anything if you want no skill win every time. Courtree says, LF Covenant Company. Thormagan says, so musket Rex. Von Hellsmith says, man I tried Great Axe and not sure if I did the wrong skill tree but it feels like garbage versus Grey Sword. Espader says, X-Hive Tank. Brunstad says, looks like a bad PS4 game. Buried Mythos says, turn yours up. Thormagan says, skill issue. The Totem says, graphics bad. Yay right. Von Hellsmith says, should I go for AO tree? Shadow Eclipse says, Shadow Eclipse sits. Von Hellsmith says, I did the other one and it sucks. Alpha says, LF1 healer and DPS for BBN1. Thormagan says, musket GS. Buried Mythos says, I'd be mad if I spent that kind of money TBH. The Totem says, go play a diff game since the graphics so bad. Brunstad says, I might. The Totem says, bye. Brunstad says, have fun with 10k max pop next week. Brunstad says, then back to 3k next month. Torbran says, X-Hive. Togless says, X-Hive. Brunstad says, doesn't mean graphics ain't dog. Padlostoni 101 says, X-Hive.
It is now my honor to join you.
Onimbus says, X-Hive DPS.
Raise
Thormagan says, mine were set low when I came back. Freaky says, X-Hive DPS or heals. Red Sturdy says, ranged DPS for Hive. Courtree says, is this world dead? New Cam says, X-Hive heal or DPS. Von Hellsmith says, lol there's also a few settings you can change to make game look better.
the king's
Alpha says, LF1 healer BBN1.
my lord.
Von Hellsmith says, turn FSR off and turn latency mode to high. Torbran says, X-Hive DPS. Warrior Mad says, Warrior Mad has reached font color equals, at 63E, level 25/font. Warrior Mad says, Warrior Mad has reached font color equals, at 63E, level 25/font. Valkyrie says, Sandworm still going on? Centauri says, X-Hive DPS fire. Uffa says, LF1 healer BBN1. Orioner says, might have just been leveling up Blundy foe, can't remember. Blue Devil Dan says, N. Bring the fall says, bring the fall waves. Emporo says, Amazon should do what Dark and Darker doesn't ban people teaming on island. Emporo says, ___. M1S3R4Vi says, LF healer BNBN1, then M2 and M3. Valkyrie says, Amazon only bans you for swearing in this game, nothing else. Orioner says, was Def running a STR build though? Masterio says, King. Gaia says, King. Brunstad says, getting banned for bad words lol. Valkyrie says, and that's only because they have it to auto-ban to track swearing. Magni says, LF3 experienced DPS for Hive, second boss, no fight have gear for this. Just a Puppet says, they ban for mass reporting not bleep swearing. Kayapet says, X-Worm. Koti says, a data equals, 0, Warden's Amulet, /A. Axe Superior says, X DPS I know the fight.
Of eternity.
Uffa says, LF1 healer BBN1. Von Hellsmith says, sounds like you speak from experience Puppet. Just a Puppet says, and they don't give you a reason and you can't appeal so just pucker up Buttercup. Marcus K says, XDPS Hive, KWTD. Orioner says, oh, just realized I'm running a full STR luck set, so I was probably leveling Blundy and doing chest runs. Brunstad says, what's the option to completely disable SSR on the water? It looks terrible. Just a Puppet says, I wear my badge with pride lol. JAF0 says, X-Hive DPS. Uffa says, LF1 healer BBN1. Derek says, Chko and his company are camping people in the PvP zone Mousad. Grimoric says, Tie. Valkyrie says, yeah and that never worked ha. Loading. Please wait. Darmok Ortega says, you'd think they'd add a paid name change. Sergeant Gunn says, no one doing the Amrine excavation? Loading. Please wait. CT Rex says, X-Hive CPS. Just a Puppet says, name change is one thing but not when you're mass reported for harassment or something else. Dante Arcane says, what's the point of houses? Frkdabtaitka says, it sounds like sad Derek. Derek says, only took 5 of them to take me out. Chko says, 1v1 Derek. Marcus K says, XDPS Hive second boss, know what to do. The Totem says, why go to a FA zone to team on PPL? Centauri says, X-Hive DPS. Derek says, anytime it get Chko. Chko says, okay come do it. Chko says, same spot. Uffa says, LF1 healer BBN1. CT Rex says, X-Hive DPS KWTD. Spuck the White says, WTS,
sorry I
as if
arrived
inductor,
late to
weapon slash armor slash jewelry slash engineering.
And with cold resolve.
Oberia says,
I arrived
KWTD
only in
lol.
time to see luck near full.
Preston E. Downs says, this is the best feeling swimming I've ever felt in Mo.
Valor has spared brideswomen from
Preston E. Downs says, take my money Jeff.
Knight Regent will undoubtedly want
Valkyrie says, Bama gonna lose again, should be 3 in a row. They got lucky lat game.
Probably.
M1S3R4 Vi says, LF healer BNBM1, then M2 and M3.
Question of the true heir.
CT Rex says, X Hive DPS IKWTD. Brunstad says, imagine caring about a kid's football game when you're a grown man over 30 plus. Uffa says, LF1 healer BBM1. Loading. Please wait. Chad Mega says, XDPS Hive. Blah Fam says, where do I go to turn material into dense material? What vendor? WLLD Mongrel says, which grey sword, is there like an icon that tells me which stance I'm in?
A new queen.
Valkyrie says, imagine being so self-centered that you don't enjoy sports.
I will discuss your suggestion.
Loloof says, kids football equals life. The Totem says, Brunstad you back to complaining in global? Big Zero Net 3 says, your crosshair tells you. Dabtaitka says, LFDPS that KWTD Hive second boss. Swizz Uzumaki says, X Hive. Mamoru says, Bama ain't Bama no more. Requis says, never forget the 2019 season roll tide. Marcus K says, XDPS Hive boss. Valkyrie says, I hate Nick Saban, but he was Bama, not Bama. Mamoru says, Joe Tigas. Loading. Please wait. WLLD Mongrel says, I see when I enter Onslaught, but if I block for 2 seconds I'm supposed to enter the blue stance, but my crosshair stays the same. Dale Yuya brother says, roll tide. Valkyrie says, rolling right off a cliff. Dale Yuya brother says, Ian give a piss about nothing but the tide. Poro use Windwall says, X Hive DPS. Poor Quality says, big fan of their pods. Beware says, X Hive DPS. Valkyrie says, whoever thought OPR needed rolls you suck. You ruined it, used to be under 60 seconds, now takes like 5+ minutes. Chicago Menace says, roll tide brutta. Chad Mega says, XDPS Hive. Iriono says, thanks. Brunstad says, this is a new world chat, please keep global off of kids football games. Carlos Dark says, X Hive DPS. The Trickster God says, X Hive DPS. Z-Log says, any guilds recruiting? The Totem says, Brunstad go play Fortnite or something. Preston E. Downs says, Valkyries. I did that. I added rolls to Outpost Rush. Mamoru says, who y'all got in the UGA game? Itty Bitty Timmy says, LFDPS and Healer M1 Forge GF. Damon says, what's this about a race time for the wars tonight? It's being settled by a race? Grand Knight Spike says, Grand Knight Spike has reached font color equals, at 63E, level 27/font. Grand Knight Spike says, Grand Knight Spike has reached font color equals, at 63E, level 27/font. Courtree says, yay. Courtree says, lemme get out of Operandilin. Z-Log says, thanks. Von Hellsmith says, there's races every night. It's basically capture the flag with each faction pitted against the other two. Requis says, never made the team. Brunstad. Brunstad says, what team? Damon says, okay. Beware says, X-Hive DPS. Carlos Dark says, X-Hive DPS. Togless says, need healer Hive. Damon says, there's still guild wars. Von Hellsmith says, yeah, it's endgame stuff but it can be fun. Bit of a Zerg fest mostly but you can some gear from it too. Irvid says, LF Tempest Reg for Dark Plot a quest need all. Valkyrie says, all the handies that Brunstad gave to the QB in Hyjul only to still not make the team, so sad. Can we get an F in chat for him? Brunstad says, they treated me good at least. Dale Yuya brother says, okay Waterboy. Warrior Mad says, Warrior Mad sits. Brunstad says, imagine thinking made up insults online will hurt anyone. Mamoru says, Bama still has a chance. Warrior Mad says, Warrior Mad sits. Von Hellsmith says, to whoever is running Monarch ATM please upgrade the crafting stations. Valkyrie says, are they made up though? Are they really? Von Hellsmith says, bunch of bleep is still LVL4. Requis says, never got to see the field now he lives his life full of hate. Testudo Velix says, LFG Hive, healer. Ibonkai I says, lol. Orioner says, so about them builds. What's the premier DPS build ATM? Daharan Warrior says, any way to transfer to the realms that aren't dead? Itty Bitty Timmy says, LF DPS and healer M1 Forge GF. Valkyrie says, fire staff with 500 and just flamethrower everything. Bob Roos says, X-Hive DPS or healer. Dante Arcane says, nope. Just a Puppet says, best build is the one you can play the best. Quarter BR33D says, any Hive runs going on? Vorstock Brondar says, X-Hive DPS. Merlin says, GG Akigo. Dante Arcane says, fresh start server, fresh character. Blah Fam says, can I turn materia into dense materia? Someone PLZ help lol can't find anything on internet for 2024. The Georgian says, X-Forge DPS. Ferner says, spam Eniad -4. Daharan Warrior says, oh I didn't realize they were fresh starts, that makes sense, I haven't played since the end of Angry Earth. H3MT Lord says, so upgrading artifact is broken just wasted 4 weapon matrix. Bob Roos says, X-Hive. Sir Dipshite says, you can't lol. Von Hellsmith says, what's the best perks for instruments to get? Poro Use Windwall says, game acting like I've never ran it before. Sir Dipshite says, they ruined half my inventories. Siri Ponda Replay says, no, only dungeon materia can be converted into dense materia. Beware says, X-Hive DPS. East Cam says, X. Von Hellsmith says, lol. D-Bot says, Hive DPS, bow/rapier for ranged part, rapier/spear, bleed BLD, for melee part. East Cam says, X-Hive. Sazuki Retsuya says, X-Merc. H3MT Lord says, X-Hive DPS. Beware says, X-Hive Rap Bow DPS. Chad Mega says, X-Hive DPS. Batmum says, level your mining on everything so you can see the nodes. Orioner says, T3 stone a cutting in Everfall, get outta here. D-Bot says, anyone running elite zones in CK? Jesus Maple says, LF2 tank /1 heal /3 DPS hive W links puis. Atropa 007 says, is making armor the best way to get new armor? I'm switching from STR armor to int armor, just don't know how to start. Chicago Menace says, X-Hive DPS. Orioner says, wait, are gemstones no longer cut at the stone cutter? Leopu says, thanks. Poppinoff says, healer LF Hive. Panda says, outfitting now. Lurleen's Bornik says, gems are at outfitter now. Brunstad says, changing bandwidth to high I think made the game look a bit better. Pauls Zeris says, Poxa Vita now consigo bomb time pro phaser gorgonas heim. Derek says, overweight. Bob Roos says, X-Hive. Bob Roos says, X-Hive. The Feared Baird says, I just want textures to load faster.
Found something that belonged to my family?
Beware says, X-Hive DPS.
Where can I meet them?
Panda says, SSD. Economics says, rip the person who had a buy order at 100 grams on an item selling for 0.17x60.
I can't believe it.
Warrior Mad says, bleep. Jesus Maple says, LF2 tank /2 DPS /1 heal hive links please.
Keep it as a
Only Red says, X-Hive DPS. The Feared Baird says, you didn't need one before. The Feared Baird says, all of sudden we do. Jordy IE says, you should be running the game on your SSD. Warrior Mad says, H. Centauri says, X-Hive DPS. W1LDS says, DPS for Hive I have full clear.
This is already more.
Warrior Mad says, Warrior Mad sits.
As far as coronations go, I would
The
say
Feared
this
Baird
is
says,
fairly
don't have one.
Ceremony befitting our humble new
Warrior Mad says, oh.
I'm not sure I'll ever.
Warrior Mad says, M.
no more stone.
Warrior Mad says, oh.
People of pride.
Warrior Mad says,
honored
E.
guests.
Warrior Mad says,
Together, we
X.
have endured great hardships.
Warrior Mad says,
Despite it all,
U.
a steady hand has guided
Bob
us
Roos
through
says,
the
X-Hive DPS or heal.
present to you,
Warrior Mad says, L.
Queen.
The Feared Baird says, not for me.
Right way.
Orioner says, are minor luck trophies the highest tier now? I'm Aloy says, Major. Grand Knight Spike says, Sha. Lydia Void Walker says, what's up? The Totem says, I need a active company too. PLZ don't inv me if the company isn't active and is dead 24/7.
All the preparations for Gawain were
Batnum says, hey friends.
It wouldn't have felt right without
Lydia Void Walker says, hey Batnum.
to you. Truly. And Priscilla's account. I'll take the compliment. I'll need all the confidence I can get if I'm to rule this land as a monarch. I still haven't quite got used to the idea.
Broken Pieces says, Broken Pieces sits.
Grace would make an appearance today, but I guess she meant it. But what's next for you? You would make a fine knight, and we sorely need to rebuild the order. But I also understand if voices are... You hear the voice of corruption? I've heard legends of its insidious torment. What an awful burden you must bear. I had no idea. In the days of Artorias, they say it was the voice of Myrdin that called knights to eat. I know of no cure, but there's an old man who comes to Pride One now and then. He goes on and on about corruption. Some say he's deranged, but I see wisdom in his eyes. He fishes the East River. Perhaps if you seek him out, he will help you.
Fast travel. Would you like to fast travel to this location? Press circle for no, press square for yes. Loading. Please wait.
On the surface, we are still and quiet. But there is a struggle in the darkness below. The outcome? Unpredictable. Away with you, ghost. You'll scare away the fish. I remember you not, and care not to, even if I could. I offer you nothing, but you remain. I can give you a name, if that some have called me Jonas. There are other names, but they will not speak themselves. Only those who seek misery would ask such a thing. You should banish your misery, like I have banished mine. If you do not, I do not see a hole in your head. The stones to the north are useful to fill such holes.
Kirstein says, 8.
Stones have nothing but irrelevant answers to forgotten questions. You will not find them here.
Damon says, how do I join faction event soon? The Savage Khan says, you type X raid. Damon says, X. The Savage Khan says, or X race rather. The Savage Khan says, and show up. The Savage Khan says, good luck. The Totem says, I may go join in.
In memory of Soul Warden Ramanos,
Damon says, X race.
who served as straddle sentence. All souls fade in time, but he held steadfast against the darkness until he rest. May his sacrifice be a lesson to all who come after.
Damon says, don't see any markers on the map. Damon says, a southern point in M.
In memory of Soul Warden Christina Kreta, whose gaze never wavered. Her pursuit of humanity's best nature, her defiance of darkness, and her calm wisdom kept the flame of our hope burning until the last. May her sacrifice be a lesson to all who come after.
Fasted says, any active companies recruiting.
This place is familiar. My feet remember what my mind does not. What were they? My mind itches. Yes, at that word. Perhaps this is where my ghost lives. That cave. Yes, inside it.
The totem says, where are the points? Rhodey Simus says, X-rays. El Prof Longaniza says, X-rays. T0 or VC says, X.
Place remember sorrow.
The totem says, X-rays.
Does anything do in a bear cave? Perhaps it was napping. Yet the voice of that
Damon says, I mean it's clear at the southern flag. T0 or VC says, X-rays. Rhodey Simus says, starting group for race, X up. Damon says, come. Damon says, before they all pop out of the shadows and destroy me.
In memory of Soul Warden Ray's victim, devoted servant of the Order, he took no pride, no ambition in our sacred deed. All that was asked, and much that was not, he gave willingly. By his example, did others embrace our greater purpose. May his sacrifice be a lesson to all who come after. In memory of Soul Warden Constanza Soberia, who gave all that was to be given. May her sacrifice be a lesson for those who come after.
I hear my own voice, faint, but in chorus with the ghosts here. My hands on the stone, my memories, given to the land and taken from my soul. A mercy, perhaps. It was corruption. It took their souls, those voices lost to time. It will take all of us before the sun sets on the world. But there are answers here. A path that leads where many have sought to go. Those who would stand against the corruption. You speak of that voice that assaults your mind. This path may be the only way to see it silenced.
Rhodesimus says, X up for race. The totem says, Fort next.
A valiant effort to stem the tide, perhaps. Or, more likely, to simply take a stand against the inevitable. There are no final answers here, nor anywhere. But it may yet be a reprieve for one who has been marked, such as you. The voice you hear is not heard by all, and the power it go on then. Seek the strength up.
Damon says, do they have any really putting up a fight? Fasted says, anyone assist in helping me get into the glacial tarn, so I can go solo some ancient guardians. I just can't get in with a party of 3. Damon says, had one trying to cap it back about it. Damon says, ink.
I, Gilgamesh, do solemnly bow under the radiance of the sun and the luminescence of the stars, in the presence of the gods, to serve as an Amara, the blessed inheritor of the eternal fire. I vow to be both noble and true, to heed the divine voice, and to aid my people against all hardships and foes. I also swear on my bonded soul to ease the world's pain and to fulfill my sworn obligation. I give my breath to the wind.
Prove your strength time and again, and I am impressed. We will make history together.
Well, imagine the kinds of people you run into on the roads around here. But you're looking a little haggard, if you don't mind me saying so. Had an eventful journey, have? Thought I heard scuffling in those ruins. I was thinking there might be some treasure in there. But you don't look like you found something. You look like you're still searching. Now that you mention it, there was an old codger a few paces back. They've got a proper city that direction. I'll be going back, but if you want to go after this geezer, go that way.
Welcome to Oxborough, traveler. I hope you've brought coin to spend and goods to trade. We're always open for business. Whatever services you seek, you will find in Oxborough. I guarantee you that. All types for hire. What manner of person do you seek?
God.
I have to say, it is a very specific person, and frankly, one that no one has ever asked for. You're the first. But I did see him not long ago. He's quite, balmy, you know? And I'm not sure if he's for hire. Constable Messiah often humors him with conversation. Ask her about him.
Damon says, need help? Damon says, maybe. Killock says, Killock waves. Lord McConnell says, Lord McConnell cheers. Vorstock Brondar says, we are at second boss hive if you want to X in recruit chat. Warrior Mad says, Warrior Mad sits. Grand Knight Spike says, Grand Knight Spike sits.
Always good to welcome a guest to Oxborough, and one who appears to have means. The signs are auspicious today, you know. Whatever you came to our fair city looking for, I'm happy to help. You've only to ask. You're looking for Jonas, really? That is a rather outlandish notion. Are you a long-lost relative? Caretaker? He's quite far gone, I'm sorry. Comes through town now and then, often raving about corrupted. I've asked him to bring his concerns to me to avoid worrying anyone, of course. In Oxborough? Don't be absurd. This city was founded by the Roman legions centuries ago, including yours truly and my valiant husband, Centurion Mesha. In all this time, the city has never fallen. Jonas means well, but his fears are unfounded. That said, I don't know where he is. Ask Atticus at the inn. He'll know.
Warrior Mad says, Warrior Mad sits.
If you're here to request a ballad dedicated to your family's glory, you'll have to get in line. Half of Oxborough is acting on that craze just now. Or perhaps you're looking for something a little more nuanced. Do tell. Oh, you're a friend of Jonas. How marvelously charming. I always worry after him. Quite lonely, the old man, but he likes it that way. Oh, I've offered to let him stay in my proprietor's guest suite.
Fast travel. Would you like to fast travel to this location? Press circle for no, press square for yes. Loading. Please wait.
I would ask you to walk softly, but the fish are already wise to me. Travel on, stranger. Ah, but you are familiar. Two voices, one mind. Or did I abandon you, or did I just walk ahead? I walk a great deal, you know, and sometimes my memories stay behind. I recall a path you started to follow, but it was one I've... Me? A soul warden? No, that could not be. It is such a pretentious sounding name. And the soul wardens are all gone, lost, corrupted, who knows? There is a tower not far. Go get your answers there, for I have none left.
History is filled with stories of failure, but ours will end in triumph. I promise you. Join me and we will achieve victory.
We have fallen back to the tower. On all sides, the corrupted come for us. Our lines of defense are broken. Our compatriots flee. Those who could cover the distance have come to this ancient place seeking shelter. We are preparing fortifications. We will make our stand here. I do not think it will be enough.
Grand Knight Spike says, Grand Knight Spike sits.
They have broken through. We no longer have means of escape, but we were able to seal the upper floors of the tower. Even now I can hear them battering against our barrier. We have rationed our food and supplies, our weapons. They will not last much longer. Sleepless nights are evident in frayed nerves and quiet tears. The Soul Wardens search my face for composure. I cannot save them, but I will not show them my despair. Supplies are exhausted. The tower shudders under their assault. There is nowhere else to go. Soon, they will ascend the stair, and all will be lost. They beg me to run, to preserve the Order's future. I will not be the last Soul Warden. I will not abandon my post.
I've gone and spoiled everything. Everyone. After what it was irreplaceable. If my family cannot tolerate such a there might be valuable relic.
You have been to the tower then, have you? The ghosts of my fellow wardens called from there, demanding that I pain, sadness, regret. I have stemmed the waters of memory for many years. We were not the first to stand against the corrupted. Heroes of a lost age once harnessed the magic of the ancients to defend Aeternum. Delving into a tomb of legend, we found the ancient rites those heroes employed, and the Soul Warden Order was born. Harnessing the ancients' magics, Romano blessed us with a bulwark against corruption's influence. But this gift came at great sacrifice. We would never be the same again. Our newfound powers carried us to many victories. I began to believe we could actually vanquish the corrupted. But the Crimson Sorcerer was a wily foe. He learned our secrets and exploited them. One by one, my fellow wardens became corrupted. The Tower of Arcturus is where we made our stand. In a final act of desperation, Constanza and I would leap from the heights. But in the end, I was alone. I have tried to honor the memory of my fallen friends, but the memories are too much. I am no longer a Soul Warden. There are no Soul Wardens anymore. There now. My story is complete. I truly am the last. I am sorry. You have come to me seeking a way to fight the darkness within. But that is a terrible idea. The process required to harden one's soul against the days of the Soul Wardens are done with. And I have a great deal of fishing to do. Even if you were to pursue such a foolish notion, you would need to forge a weapon capable of combating corruption. And that would be difficult indeed. The angry earth is no longer generous with its seeds of power. There was once a huntress in these parts, and you might ask about her in Oxborough. But getting her...
Courtree says, who was looking for a guild earlier? Courtree says, I forgot and logged off. Recall to inn. Would you like to recall to this inn? Press circle for no, press square for yes. Loading. Please wait. Select character screen. Press square to continue. Select character screen. Press square to select Ranger King. Loading. Please wait. Loading. Please wait. For text chat with other players, press the left button to open chat. Type message then press square to send chat. For proximity voice chat with other players, press and hold the left button while speaking. Kiyar says, LF1M DPSM1 Barnacles in GF. Gumi says, Glob Farm X up. Thady says, what is max gear score in this game? Doppelganger says, XDPSM1 Barn. Testudo Velix says, X up for Hive 1 spot. Atri says, 12. Nuts for Dinner 86 says, looking to join Hive team. Slockenberg says, 725. The Feared Baird says, all the way. New Cam says, LF1 DPS Hive first boss. Beth Jezo says, X Winter Rune DPS. Turkinator says, X Hive DPS hyphen Javelin / Hatchet Rend.
What have you been up to?
Testudo Velix says, Raid full tie.
Well now.
Imminent Dream says, really dumb that my shrines were reset /
About some wild woman in the woods.
Gumi says, Glob Farm X up.
I'd ask the captain of the scouts.
Key10 says, X Glob. Noel Red says, where is WT? New Cam says, LF1 DPS Hive first boss X. Just a Puppet says, could be worse. SFT says, X Hive DPS. The Evil God says, X DPS Hive. Imminent Dream says, I mean, having to go shrine to shrine is pretty bad. Senpin Yuzui says, IFK up accidentally salvage all my armor now M61 with nothing lol. I've got dad skills says, that's okay, hit the trade house, equipment is super cheap. Panikin Skywalker says, a data equals 0, Koya's knee guards, / are these good?
We'll get on with it then. What do you want
Atri says, no.
There's legends, and then there's truth. People talk nonsense. Say the hunch is actually just a recluse. Makes a shrine near the mines to the north a home.
Just a Puppet says, could just hit the shrines you need and not every one of them. Tatiana Kronos says, free hugs. Noel Red says, where is WT? Fast travel. Would you like to fast travel to this location? Press circle for no, press square for yes. Igor the Sad says, but hugs. Just a Puppet says, but chugs. Loading. Please wait. Gumi says, Glob Farm X up. Magarath says, a data equals 0, Mystic Doubloon, / a you can get these in the 2. Sis Stonekeeper says, bleep gotta turn my graphics down. I can't see bleep. Oh Nimbus says, I like men. Tatiana Kronos says, no only hugs. The Big Box says, I need better harvesting tools. Igor the Sad says, Uncle's secret tickle time. Morse Tangier says, yes Mag, most of the Cutlass area isn't PvP. Imminent Dream says, that is the dumbest solution for that but thanks. I know that I can do that Sherlock Holmes. Magarath says, thanks I didn't know W. Cursed Sentinel says, what's a man gotta do to get some dudes around here? XX Dieselx says, Hive LF healer and DPS link gear in PM. Magarath says, bleep off. Just a Puppet says, I don't hug, that's physical and emotional stuff I don't do. Magarath says, for starters. Sherry says, tank and bleep goo. Okami Thorn says, how do I track iron? Cursed Sentinel says, bro said a bad word.
I hope you have good cause.
Just a Puppet says, who the bleep is bro? Doppelganger says, shows up on your map or look at interactive map on other Monoitope. Zriza says, WTB jewelry craft. Kemzik says, am I doing something wrong, or does it take 10 calendar days to get 1 LVL on Battle Pass? Major Motives says, X-Glob. Batnum says, level mining until you can see the nodes. Kemzik says, am I doing something wrong, or does it take 10 calendar days to get 1 LVL on Battle Pass? ITZ Pushin P says, X-Hive DPS. Nick says, hi. Can anyone tell me the location of A Terrible Thought, FS please? Yeah says, yeah. Panda says, fill out your card. Just a Puppet says, look at Battle Pass, click journey and rack up. Smacks says, it's really not a hard Battle Pass. Okami Thorn says, I leveled my mining but how do I view the node? It says LVL 25 required LVL 36. Vladimir Putin says, WW. Call me Daddy 420 says, X-Hive DPS LFG. Man Person says, completely fill out the bingo cards for Battle Pass levels. Morse Tangier says, work the card, ... and use the free spots to make rouse and get new free spots. Elena Deacon says, is the Break Some Eggs solo trial busted? Doppelganger says, if we're near it, it should show up on above. Mystic Megan says, at Kemzik you're not the only one lol. Elena Deacon says, can't destroy eggs, nothing here. Bo Bang says, X-Hive. Grand Knight Spike says, Grand Knight Spike sits. Batnum says, they show up as you walk around on your compass. Kemzik says, tie. Aroth says, I drink bagel. Okami Thorn says, OKTHX. ITZ Pushin P says, X-Hive DPS. Zriza says, a data equals, 0, twisting fates, /a. Kemzik says, but what's the point of it if I can't finish it by 44 days of non-stop grinding? Gumi says, a data equals, 0, ancient glob of ectoplasm, /a farm X up April 20th. Okami Thorn says, I see it now. Grayson Kincaid says, Morse Tangier says, Cam, I'm on 45 already, ... pay attention to the cards. Uncle Ron 11 says, Zive DPS.
You're kinda always speaking.
Just a Puppet says, it's easy for a battle pass, just do journey first, it racks up fast, then do punches after you get at least LV3 journey, but you def want LV4 journey for that boost.
You've come to see me.
Badnum says, awesome. As you level, you'll get different ones. Happy leveling. Kemzik says, I filled more than 20 cards dog, 2 journeys. LVL5.
You are wasting your time.
Derek says, hop on literally any build besides aimbot musket since you're so skillful dog. Fetus of Freud says, did this game get less optimized than it already was? Derek says, at Chgo. Elaine says, do the main story quests to level faster. Merlin says, I don't use aimbot.
Otherwise be gone.
I'm Aloy says, yes. Kemzik says, I am on steady 60 FPS. Merlin says, why are you tagging Chgo? Smacks says, lol. Derek says, y'all the same. Derek says, you were just with him and has the reason y'all follow me around. Merlin says, I 1v1 you and your cope is aimbot, no good player uses aimbot. XX Dieselx says, Hive looking for tank and DPS link gear in PM. Grand Knight Spike says, Grand Knight Spike sits. Chko says, ha. Chko says, I can switch builds. Chko says, want me to? Survilome says, some of your settings may have changed if you're coming back. Turn off FSR. Merlin says, follow you. Conoco Bar says, if I'm a noob at PvE, what's the best weapons combo to use? SFT says, X-Hive DPS. HighlyXMG says, X-Hive tank. Derek says, yeah dude has been following me for over a year in this game. Ask your company mates because they all know. Yeah says, yeah. Chko says, LOL. SVN Lust says, any big groups recruiting? Got about 6 LFG. Chko says, what? Your Claw says, WT is where now? ITZ Pushin P says, X-Hive DPS. Tikkun Olam says, whatever you enjoy, at Conoco Bar. The Big Box says, anyone know how to get better harvesting tools? Derek says, what? Grand Knight Spike says, Grand Knight Spike sits. Cursed Sentinel says, Elder Scrolls Online is way better, I'm just saying. I'm Aloy says, a following its creeps. Thady says, depends on the role. ILEXMG says, X-Hive tank. Badnum says, use whatever works for you. I love my bow. Twig94 says, ESO Suux bro. Conoco Bar says, I'm getting bleep a lot using spear/bow and a high dex build, maybe sword/board and something. Hamura says, ESO is bleep lol. Tikkun Olam says, New World ESO. Aroth says, Fallout 76 goated. Servilome says, best option is to find 2 weapons with complementary scaling. Grand Knight Spike says, Grand Knight Spike sits. Poor Quality says, Guild Wars 2.
I will hear what you came
Twig 94 says, Hatchet/Musket has been fun.
for the plight of humans.
Doppelganger says, Guild Wars 2 is life. Badnum says, I do S&B and bow.
Do you even realize how much
The
you
Big
ask?
Box says, Life Staff Void Glove is great. MMO Timmy says, I loved when I tried the ESO and the starting stats are in the millions at LVL1 now.
Honest, aren't you? Good.
Derek says, I already have mad clips of you standing around with a group talking bleep at Chko the comp gonna be fire.
Perhaps on that account I will make your
Tumble Proyac says, Cutlass Elite Chest January 20th.
But the angry
ILEXMG says, X-Hive Tank.
corruption's power feeds the
Manual Pro says, anyone here looking for a friend to play with? All my people stuck playing this game.
and that is how it up.
Monkipes says, X Cutlass. Crafter MC Faye says, engineering crafts gathering tools - you can buy them as well. Core Tree says, X Race. Servilome says, I'm currently running G Sword and Shield and a Blundergot. Chko says, make sure you add yourself trying to post my role location in there to XD. ILEXMG says, X-Hive Tank or DPS. Marin Malik says, X Cutlass. Damon says, so Europus at LVL1. Haiti says, sword is good for blocking, but the hammer as well as the spear are really good for stunning and buying time in fights. Igor the Sad says, honestly COD is better than this game. Bella Vita says, X Cutlass. Noob Dude says, LF Healer and Tank for Winter Forge. Derek says, why would I do that? Sloppy Steaks says, ESO is objectively a bad game. Chko says, to show the truth haha. Merlin says, I got clips too lol. Grand Knight Spike says, Grand Knight Spike sits. Twig 94 says, COD hasn't been good since COD 4. Smacks says, Igor you take that back right now. Lady Muffins says, SNS/flail good combination. Servilome says, Musket is also fun to remove someone's melon from 100 meters away. Merlin says, ever heard of metal? Doppelganger says, Call of Duty, more like Call of Tomini. Derek says, the truth is that you've been doing this same bleep for over a year dude. Aroth says, Fortnite FRFR way better than this game. Damon says, this game has better gunplay than COD. Havana says, thank you. Noob Dude says, LF Healer and Tank for Winter Forge. Cursed Sentinel says, I can't wait for the COD, it's the best. Derek says, play dumb every time too. Servilome says, I wouldn't do both SNS and flail. Puffis says, people that go into chat to say a game is better than this are big weird. Why you got this game loaded up then? __.
Whether or not you're
Tatiana Kronos says, then why aren't you on COD?
elements while you row away.
Tumble Proyac says, Cutlass Elite Chest May 20th starting 5 min. Derek says, keep bullying from your group.
That is the only reason we are still speaking.
Just a Puppet says, Paris the easiest way to call best mo, which one doesn't talk about politics, do stupid slang to each other like the N or the bro crap, talk down to each other, has a healthy community.
Pose no direct threat to the
Grand Knight Spike says, Grand Knight Spike has reached font color equals, at 63E, level 29/font.
No.
Hillbilly Hank says, X Cutlass.
See if you can discover the
Twig
source
94 says, any dungeons at LVL 50? Merlin says, Derek is delusional. X Universe 8 says, X Cutlass. Sir Vilome says, imagine taking some goober threats from Anmo seriously. Spuck the White says, WTS, as if inductor, weapon / armor / jewelry / engineering. Jeremiah says, X Cutlass. Chko says, Hana has a joke, D. Smax says, imagine playing Anmo. Smax says, this is an action RPG. I'm Aloy says, really mature guys. Sir Vilome says, I mean, if someone else posted their own house. Noob Dude says, LF3 DPS Winter Rune Forge. Acrosol Kane says, X Cutlass. Chko says, yeah do it.
The kind that can take what you've
Yeah says, yeah.
Then again, you seem
Tatiana Kronos says, let play the quiet game you start.
Canary mine is swarming with
Chko says, yeah do it. James Longstreet says, X Cutlass. SFT says, X Hive DPS. Bob Roos says, X Hive Healer. Polite says, LF4, heal / DPS, for regular Tempest Heart. Butterburger says, X Cutlass. Just a Puppet says, other brothers will deny. Smax says, lol. Tikkun Olam says, is there a way to not show chat at all unless I hit enter? I'm Aloy says, a video wow. In just doing 1T says, X Cutlass. A Gumbercaless says, anyone know what the plug warning icon on my screen is for / about? Chko says, waiting for DM. Andonius says, I finished all the MSQ and am only level 63. Andonius says, Umau what do I do now? Beware says, DPS 4 Hive X up. A-Tree says, MSQ is the introduction, now you play the game. TumbleProX says, Cutlass Elite Chest 20/20 starting 2 min. Sir Vilome says, Omao. Bailoff Maya says, April 10th for Hive Raid, DM for invite. Polite says, LF4, heal / DPS, for regular Tempest Heart. Bob Roos says, X Hive heal or DPS. Andonius says, what's a good way to grind the rest of the XP? Sir Vilome says, MSQ in an RPG is always the intro lol. A-Tree says, you skipped side quests. A-Tree says, you did it wrong, suck it up Buttercup. Sir Vilome says, go do side quests. Rillier says, LFM Toymaker the mechanic musket artifact. Tiklala says, no goal is up. Mel Gibson says, X Cutlass never done before where do I go? A-Tree says, try harder. M4 Kanai says, X Winter Forge DPS. Iron Beast CM says, X Winter Tank. Just a Puppet says, okay I'm out later. Alphins04 says, Como Infundo mis armas. TumbleProX says, Cutlass Elite Chest go. Mad Nips says, X Tank. Cursed Sentinel says, guys help it says I need to buy Amazon Prime to play. Warshields says, X Hive Healer. Ace DP Tagus says, X Winter DPS. Beth Jezo says, X Winter Rune DPS. Panda says, no. Niran says, Prime gives the perma buff, Betso's blessing. Servilome says, Prime membership runs out asterisk game spawns stalker type enemy to harass you till you reinstated asterisk. Anur says, X-Hive DPS. ITZ Pushin P says, X-Hive DPS PLZ. Avianite Knight says, X-Winter DPS. Beth Jezos says, X-Winter Rune DPS. Marcus K says, X-DPS Winter. Dump Truck Larry says, do raids. Imaloy says, bald. Gumi says, ancient glob of ectoplasm, farm X up April 20th. Servilome says, Jesus. Your vernacular brought me back to the mid-2000s, IRT bored, lol. A-Tree says, learn to sing. Or, at least, be backup dancers. Servilome says, I haven't heard someone speak like that in a while. Dump Truck Larry says, silly backup. Servilome says, 2004 WoW L33 speak. A-Tree says, Dance Dance Revolution. 111. 1. Cardiary XQ says, X-Winter DPS. Beth Jezos says, X-Winter Rune DPS. Connor says, sorry, I wanted to join in on the big butt sing-along, but I was hibernating. Shankaho says, Zerash in Elysium Wilds any good loot drop off of them? Spuck the White says, WTS, as if inductor, weapon / armor / jewelry / engineering. A-Tree says, that's rude. Ace DP Urtagus says, X-Hive. Typicaltony says, I hate old people so much. Marcus K says, X-DPS Winter. Parker No says, Sword and Shield is great for tanking. A-Tree says, respect ma authorida. Halls Zeris says, X-DPS Hive. Flinkosmo says, X-Hive DPS. Halls Zeris says, I am DPS Mage. A-Tree says, wait bar. Ace DP Urtagus says, X-DPS Hive. Connor says, rad. Avianite Knight says, X-Winter. Eric Valhalla says, X-Hive DPS FS. Imaloy says, glitched command which problem? Halls Zeris says, X-Hive DPS. A-Tree says, I demand compensation. Beth Jezos says, X-Winter Forge. Servilome says, cut that bleep out. ITZ Pushin P says, X-Hive DPS. Twilight Nova says, LF1 Healer and Tank Hive, know the mechanics. A-Tree says, the logo's neck to the names is still kinda freaking me out, it's like y'all are platform fanbois. Gabe B says, whoever the fifth person in this dynasty group is that is refusing to press 1 franc. Gabe B says, press 1 franc you slow bleep. Connor says, stop creating hate, we all love each other on Valhalla, except the trolls, bleep them. A-Tree says, I live under a bridge. Grand Knight Spike says, Grand Knight Spike sits. Servilome says, nah, I play on everything. Seventh Phone On says, you got a Steam logo next to yours though. Vailoff Maya says, Hive raid full thanks. Twilight Nova says, LF1 healer and 1 tank Hive, know the mechanics. Solomon says, troll it. A-Tree says, I object to the blatant advertisement of a store next to my name. Servilome says, each asterisk.
My companion is
Warrior Mad says, Warrior Mad dances.
Not even I knew of the
Cursed Sentinel says, I spent $75 on a computer and I can't play anything, like WTF PC is mid AF.
troubling beyond
A
measure.
Gunblade says, Eternal Pool Trial need 2 DPS.
I did.
Andonius says, I'm watching Texas, Georgia.
Precautions must be taken.
Kayak says, Fire game.
Visit the Motherwell and commune with the
I'm Aloy says, at Cursed Sentinel what's wrong bud?
Return to your
A-Tree says, I object.
to him that our gift and the
Kayak says, ISO is selling.
is not without condition.
Kayak says, my parlay is falling apart.
Your kind abuse it. We will
I'm
visit
Aloy
our
says, maybe you need to repair this game file on Steam.
It grants what your kind lacks.
Gumi says, Glob Farm X up April 20th. Noel Red says, where is WT right now? A-Tree says, okay, going to go start season 3 of Lincoln Lawyer, but before I do, I am Max Olthames in crafting, and will make anything for mats. Anyone need anything before I go? Aroth says, PC can't even grill burger, no good. Connor says, I'm playing this on a Fire Stick man, it's awesome. Dump Truck Larry says, yeah, I need like 10 armor matrix. Snow is Unreal says, X-Hive LF tank and healer. A-Tree says, at Puri Pro wait till you learn about ultimate trophies. Servilome says, on a Commodore 64. Just the Tip-Og says, X-Hive Fire DPS. A-Tree says, sure, I can make your matrixes. Seventh Phone On says, Nintendo DS running Windows 10 here. Orioner says, are there a difference between mounts speed-wise? F4 New 4 says, I play on remote Chrome desktop here. Pants says, X-Hive tank. Mystic Megan says, ChatGPT just made an op tank build. Imminent Dream says, honestly Firestick wouldn't surprise me. Coming to Nintendo Switch Prob in the next 30 days. Foul. Servilome says, I got that supercomputer made from 100 PS2s. A-Tree says, orbs are free, rest of mads come from you. Awakened GH0ST says, at. Core Tree says, is this a good server? Skakly says, X-Hive DPS. Fuck Daddy says, anyone ever find that BBC? Cursed Sentinel says, I turn on my PC and my Wii spontaneously combusted like PC equals Dookie. Jolly Third says, X for Hive, Link Gear PLZ. Darmok Ortega says, X for Race. Awakened GH0ST says, what's math? Jolly Third says, X for Hive, Link Gear PLZ. I'm Aloy says, Valhalla rules. Tikkun Olam says, you can set chat opacity to 0 and have then entire window disappear. If you hit enter, it pops up no problem. This is the way. Servilome says, this server is fire honestly. A-Tree says, matrixes require orbs, orb are no drop, I hacks them, you get them free, yet you still complain, foul. Warrior Mad says, Warrior Mad dances. SFT says, need tanks and healers for beginner plus experienced Hive group, X up. Smolder says, anyone know if Pristine Jasper buff continues after you swap weapons? Grand Knight Spike says, Grand Knight Spike sits. Dump Truck Larry says, take a joke. Warrior Mad says, Warrior Mad sits. Wizard says, X-Hive healer. ISUS says, a data equals 0, honing acid, /a X12 WTS cheap NTP. Atri says, at Buried Mythos I think you should just try again tomorrow.
The Earth of Canary.
Halva says, Hola.
The captain of the guard about the
Buried Mythos says, but tomorrow is the holy day.
I've stayed.
Servilome says, at Buried Mythos, sleep first. Then try again. Snaxery says, at Buried Mythos a woman helps. Hajali Da Third says, X for Hive, Link Gear PLZ. SFT says, LF Tank and Healer Hive. Just Baramir says, Xbox not worth it. JK says, $300 Netflix machine lookin' bleep. Kevin Frosting says, how is this different from the beta alpha version? Servilome says, women are temporary. Material farming is eternal. Buried Mythos says, facts. Just Baramir says, Xbox games bleep. Servilome says, I've had Nanasu from my Xbox. Green Arrow says, need one healer hive at first boss. Buried Mythos says, I have a route I go through and half the time they are taken. Cursed Sentinel says, guys, white man take land? What do? Buried Mythos says, kill man. Zabuza says, gente que hable bleep plus. Grey Mitzi says, borrow his blankets. SFT says, need tank for hive, X up. Andonius says, build casino. Igor the Sad says, the issue is that it's an Xbox though. Zabuza says, gente que hable español agregen. Okani Thorn says, hurt man, take wife. Buried Mythos says, ride wife, life good. In your face 2 day says, iron nodes are the most competitive thing in this game Omao. Twilight Nova says, LF healer hive. Okami Thorn says, kill wife. Cursed Sentinel says, Xbox sucks. Roscal says, X healer hive. Buried Mythos says, think about wife. In your face 2 day says, as if used for crafting. Thorandir says, okay tie. Roscal says, X healer hive. Iron Beast CM says, X DPS hive. Gamble says, LF1 DPS or heal Dynasty M1. SFT says, need tank for hive then G2 grams. In your face 2 day says, just use the resource map and go to nodes that are further from towns. People are lazy and don't go out there. Thief says, X magic. Fat Bish says, Thai brother. Buried Mythos says, I would tell you my spot but then we'd have to fight for it. M4 Kanai says, can I still get Gladiator artifact through Tribunal Ice Mammoths? Dante Arcane says, can we get that Alstrom guy's Greysword style? Darth Zaedus says, can I transfer to another server? M4 Kanai says, can I still get Gladiator artifact through Tribunal Ice Mammoths? Yeah says, yeah. Atri says, a data equals 0, Serenity, /A. Mana P0P says, you can transfer worlds but not regions. Ace DP Urtagus says, R. Great Sage Monkey says, Tommy Rousseau you there? Make hive group. Cursed Sentinel says, sometimes I think about getting an Xbox but Jeff Bezos whispered in my ear and told me to buy this game and that Xbox is dumb. Hajali Da Third says, full bis DPS, will only join on second boss for hive. Core Tree says, let me see if he really said that, cause has my dad. Dirk Q says, well you sound like a real gem. Dante Arcane says, Xbox Game Pass bout the only ward. M4 Kanai says, X Winter Forge DPS. Noel Red says, Where's WT? Kripidnix says, hey, is there something special I need to do to K as a tank in an EXP? I have 3 car gems slotted. It quiet won't let me. Yeah says, yeah. Mana P0P says, Xbox just got sidetracked making dumb stuff like fridges, toasters, etc. White Box WB says, X Cutlass. Smolder says, DPS LFG Hive. Skabidi Riz 0 Lira RD says, I'm stuck in the fire. Connor McLeod says, is Bold Caster good for PvP? If not, what should I get? PWN Shiffy says, I do not. Beware says, LF DPS Heal Hive. Gumi says, Glob Farm X up April 20th. Vertisakia says, Scorp is up. Grissaw says, X Egg. Sneezes says, X DPS Hive. Boostin says, X Egg. Viper says, LF4 for temp. Dante Arcane says, Microsoft be buying up a lot of stuff to toss on their Game Pass though. Mudite says, what a bug. I'm queuing, I can't put trap on my fishing cause the queuing dungeon's taking the space in my screen. Jeremy Jones says, what's the max level for PvP now?
It is done. All my
Aloy says, 65. Itsaru says, hello bleep back to the game after long time and am looking for a company, I'm a healer. Mudite says, they need to fix that. Sean Zero she says, X Hive DPS.
It is done.
A-Tree says, Saru is a good healer.
It will take months. I thought.
Burklog Rizzer says, X Hive tank.
Well done. Spare me your pity.
A-Tree says, crazy, but good.
If you're still
Itsaru says, what?
Go back to the settlement.
Hajali.3rd says, full bis DPS, will only join on second boss for Hive. Zcaptain says, X DPS Hive. Itsaru says, Umal are you playing with me?
He may play every
I'm Aloy says, at Cursed Sentinel interesting. Drippy J says, Lazri's instrumentality need 2-3. Dante Arcane says, TBH I grabbed up a Series X for dirt cheap after they bought ZeniMax/Bethesda for Elder Scrolls 6. IliaxMG says, X Hive tank or DPS. Flushworks says, X Hive DPS. Zcaptain says, X DPS Hive. M4 Kanai says, can I still get Gladiator artifact through Tribunal Ice Mammoths? Yeah says, yeah. M4 Kanai says, X Winter Forge DPS. Drippy J says, need 2-3 for Lazarus. The Sharkies says, X Hive. Burklog Rizzer says, X Hive tank. Smolder says, DPS LFG Hive. Itsaru says, anyone willing to recruit me to their company? Itsaru says, LVL 60. Aroth says, I bought a Series S and smelled it stinky, it flew in the trash. Drippy J says, need 1-2 more for Lazarus Exp. Poloskia says, yeah. Cursed Sentinel says, S stands for bleep. IliaxMG says, X Hive tank or DPS. Corgan says, a data equals 0, Thorpe's helmet, / is this rare or not anymore lol. Drippy J says, need 1-2 more for Lazarus Exp. Burklaw Grizzer says, X Hive tank. Drippy J says, X need 1-2 more for Lazarus Exp. Drippy J says, X need 1-2 more for Lazarus Exp. Fast travel. Would you like to fast travel to this location? Press circle for no, press square for yes. Fast travel. Would you like to fast travel to this location? Press circle for no, press square for yes.
Did what to the mines?
Loading. Please wait.
I have a terrible
RJ Crusher says, X Discord. Gisu says, oh my, I haven't played this in about a year. Did the graphics get downgraded with the console release?
Never came back.
Vertisakia says, Scorp is up.
Visits the farmstead.
Yeah says, yeah. Green Thumb Gamer says, I had to turn off frame sync. Cursed Sentinel says, thanks to Xbox. Viper says, Invagen. Burklaw Grizzer says, X Hive tank. Iron Beast CM says, X DPS Hive. Green Thumb Gamer says, 4. The Margot says, where the best place to fish for salmon. Mystic Megan says, imagine console wars in 2024. Sphalanx Drummer says, your mom's. Drippy J says, X for Lazarus Exp. F4 New 4 says, Xbox won't never do a Concord. I'm Aloy says, Morningdale hotspot. M4 Kanai says, X Winterforge DPS. The Margot says, yeah I have to catch 8 large salmon __. Drader77 says, why would that matter? If anything PC is to blame for that.
Tip from old Tip.
Andonius says, and I have all 3. Great Sage Monkey says, Hive needs 6 fire staff, max fire damage, 2 healer, juicy heals, 2 tanks, 1 with enfeebling skewer. Bob Roos says, X Hive DPS. Burklaw Grizzer says, X Hive tank. Buried Mythos says, imagine dragons. Viper says, LF4 for temp. Kiyar says, LF2M Reg Dynasty. Recall to in. Would you like to recall to this in? Press circle for no, press square for yes. Andonius says, I will say PS5 gets used the least though. Frost Valor says, will help Dynasty as DPS. Igor the Sad says, imagine my nuts dragging across your face. Smolder says, FS DPS Hive. Mystic Megan says, what is the meaning of life? Actually, IT is life that is asking us that question. 0. Sneezes says, X DPS Hive. Frey Haldor says, X Hive DPS. Kamura says, PS Monkey crying about Xbox lol. Burklaw Grizzer says, X Hive the fattest tank ever. I'm Aloy says, interesting. Gumi says, Glob Farm X up April 20th. Spooky Juki says, DPS LFG Hive. F4 New 4 says, you guys have Gran Turismo and Concord, enjoy. Phoenix Blaze says, least console didn't have to pay for Mount DLC. Drippy J says, X Lazarus X. Bob Roos says, X Hive DPS. Andonius says, we've been playing this game for 4 years. Great Sage Monkey says, 1000% need 6 FS. Idea22 says, LOL. Revelations says, LFM Firestaff DPS Hive Link Gear. Cursed Sentinel says, imagine getting the red ring of death. Jeff Doug says, X-Hive range DPS. Phoenix Blaze says, still don't change the fact y'all got screwed. Skirmish says, skirmish sits. Spooky Juki says, DPS LFG Hive. Sneezes says, X DPS Hive. Rilye says, anyone farming life ring? EZ says, 2 weeks later back to the usual New World people. Water says, how do you run Hive of Gorgons? Death Be Default says, Ligma balls. Kanagor says, Adamporos is right. Kviv McTavish says, Kviv McTavish waves. Cursed Sentinel says, Amen. Phoenix Blaze says, F4 is a conspiracy theorist I see. Britnell says, why is there a race war in the chat? Bob Roos says, X-Hive DPS fire staff. Water says, Jeff. Iodea22 says, OPRQs are they ever gonna fix this bleep lol? Viper says, LF2 need tank and DPS for temp. Holy on 3 says, X Dynasty M2 lobby open -4. Butterfly Girl says, Q Oper. Drippy J says, need heals for Laz Exp. Drippy J says, X need heals for Laz Exp. Jeff Doug says, X Hive range DPS. Burklaw Grizzer says, X Hive tank here. Viper says, LF2 need tank and DPS for temp. Cursed Sentinel says, probably after the third one I'm sure. Water says, LFG DPS Hive. Butterfly Girl says, Q Oper. Hamura says, do a 360 and try to walk away lol. Water says, LFG DPS Hive it's my die. Idarian says, brew. Dale Yuya brother says, X-Hive healer. Masarax says, LF a populated company, returning player on a new account LVL 30 ATM. Have 900-ish HRS of play time. Viper says, LF2 need tank and DPS for temp. Spooky Juki says, range DPS LFG Hive. Fast travel. Would you like to fast travel to this location? Press circle for no, press square for yes. F4 New 4 says, Phoenix Blaze don't care you're poor. Ironhold says, can you fast travel to party members? Loading. Please wait. Jeff Doug says, X-Hive range DPS. Cursed Sentinel says, I can't wait until Kamala becomes president, things are about to look up. Water says, LFG Hive DPS. Phoenix Blaze says, it's okay PC Master Race Amirat. XD. Damon says, everyone block. Andonius says, MSQ and faction quests. Bob Roos says, X-Hive DPS. Water says, Bob Ross. SFT says, LF Tank Hive. Kratos 141 says, X Tank Hive. Jeff Doug says, X-Hive range DPS. Spooky Juki says, range DPS LFG Hive. Phoenix Blaze says, F4 has a bad case of Ligma, y'all watch out. Andonius says, what's Ligma? Prokier says, LF3 more Dynasty M2. Andonius says, Ligma balls. Buller says, no way. CGRM Bjorn says, can I Lygia balls? Mushroom XB says, Zyve heal. Imaloy says, Fel lor ligma val. Orioner says, Weaponsmith doesn't make flyol. Who does? Typicaltony says, reported. Torger Strawman says, are we still searching for more for this? Buried Mythos says, arcane. Orioner says, THX. Imaloy says, it's oldest joke on books. Bob Roos says, X-Hive DPS. Phoenix Blaze says, got him. TR4M0 and T1N4 says, X-Hive DPS melee. Gumii says, Glob Farm X up May 20th. Spooky Juki says, range DPS LFG Hive. Tudup says, need help in Brightwood. Bulgarin says, WTB prismatic ingots, planks, leather in bulk PMME. Migraine says, purple crates equals waste of doubloons. Jeff Doug says, X-Hive range DPS. Kiyar says, X-Glob. Toxiator says, LFM hatchery. Poppinoff says, 700 healer or DPS LF Hive. Orioner says, any particular, must-have, modes for flyols? Sdaily says, ni hao. Mex Fomtex says, X-Glob. Orioner says, flail spleep. Dr. Sammy says, I'll join you Mex. Centauri says, X-Glob. Kiyar says, X-Glob. Cursed Sentinel says, I hear every Xbox playing has to shove their controller batteries up their butt when they go dead. Dale Yuya Brother says, LFG Hive Healer. Burklaw Grizzer says, X-Hive Tank. Spooky Juki says, X-Hive DPS. Burklaw Grizzer says, X-Hive Healer. Burklaw Grizzer says, X-Hive Tank. Magarat says, LFBNB run quick for loon. Panda says, why not? Grand Boo says, no pots. Lady Smurf says, X-Glob. Toxiator says, LFM hatchery trial. Damon says, what LVL for hatchery trial? Waddle says, LFG Hive DPS. Burklaw Grizzer says, X-Hive Tank. Toxiator says, Rec 65. Cursed Sentinel says, guys I'm buying an Xbox. Damon says, Rec GS. Hammersum says, anyone want to kill the Scorpion Queen at Tobit? Jeff Doug says, X-Hive range DPS. Orioner says, so no on the flail mods, got it. Bob Roos says, X-Hive DPS. Grand Knight Spike says, Grand Knight Spike has reached font color equals, ed 63E, level 30/font. Burklaw Grizzer says, X-Hive Tank. Damon says, GP-Ta disable PvP 1 minute. Cursed Sentinel says, never mind it blew up. Morse Tangier says, XDPS hatchery. Magarat says, BNB quick run for loon February 5th. Burklaw Grizzer says, X-Hive Tank. Spooky Juki says, X-Hive range DPS. Sapora says, K. White Box WB says, Exile. Cursed Sentinel says, but at least Xbox isn't as bad as Ethan Tidwell. The Covenant faction has thrown Morningdale into a conflict state. They can now declare war. Toxiator says, May 10th Hatchery X to join. Waddle says, X. Aram X says, X Hatchery. Rhesus Buff 2 says, X Hatchery. Bob Roost says, X. The Sharkies says, X Hatchery. Damon says, X. Burklaw Grizzer says, X Hatchery. King Creamy says, X for Glog, August 20th. Magarat says, BNB Quick Run for Loon February 5th. Damon says, turn PvP off. Cursed Sentinel says, but Josh Roberts on the other hand suck huge whiners. Toxiator says, September 10th Hatchery X to join. Tawny Kaiden says, X Glob. Polion 3 says, -3 healer DPS tank Dynasty M2 lobby open. Burklaw Grizzer says, X Hatchery. Damon says, X Tox. Acrisol Kane says, LF Wool Hive please send gear. Prokier says, LF healer, DPS, and tank for Dynasty M2 lobby. Spooky Juki says, range DPS LFG Hive. Jeff Doug says, X Hive range DPS. Hammersumsh says, anyone want to kill the Scorpion Queen at Tobit? M4 Kanai says, X Winterforge DPS. Muzzled Tiburona says, hi Anthony. Y3 Urdua says, X Hive heals. Damon says, sure ham. Senpin Yuzui says, can anyone craft me LVL 60 gear PLZ I can't do she'll pay you. Cursed Sentinel says, no. Spooky Juki says, range DPS LFG Hive. I'm Aloy says, sure Senpin. Tonius Decimus says, where do I go in town to make better tools? Orioner says, a data equals 0, Orichilcum flail of the soldier, /a, not bad I guess. But Daddy says, PC bleep blows. Damon says, PC rules. Damon says, X Hatchery. Viper says, LF1 need tank for temp. Spooky Juki says, range DPS LFG Hive.
Quite enough.
Magarat says, BNB quick run for Loon February 5th. Bob Roos says, X Hive. Cursed Sentinel says, on a serious note, where can a dude go to just? Dude. Acrisol Kane says, Hive LF tank 2 healers rest DPS send gear. Spooky Juki says, X Hive range DPS. Jeff Doug says, X Hive range DPS. Aroth says, Jeff Bezos said things would get better, unfortunately I just got gifted an Xbox. ITZ Pushin P says, X Hive DPS PLZ. Dr. Narcy says, so what changed? Viper says, LF tank for temp. Iron Beast CM says, X DPS Hive. Cursed Sentinel says, bad luck bro I'm sorry. Itsaru says, anyone wants to inv me to a guild? Im LVL 60 healer.
In some cases,
Jeremiah says, seems like Hive is the best gear, these gold cursed coins give trash in the boxes. P10 says, need one more for Amreen in GF. Acrisol Kane says, Hive LF tank 1 healers rest DPS send gear need to make sure you're 699-700. Spooky Juki says, X Hive range DPS. Gumi says, Glog Farm X up August 20th. Olgarin says, WTB Prismatic Scarab. Bulgarin says, WTB Weapon Matrix X2. Jeremiah says, best to just get the artifacts, you spend 6k and get trash. Y3 Urdua says, X Hive heals. Bulgarin says, WTB prismatic ingots, planks, leather in bulk PMME. Acrosol Kane says, Hive LF tank rest DPS sent gear need to make sure you're 699-700. Viper says, need tank for temp. Magarat says, BNB quick run for noon February 5th. Viri Elixir says, 699 lol. Hammersumsh says, anyone want to kill the Scorpion Queen at Tobit? Cursed Sentinel says, I'd play an Xbox only if it was just a box. With a hole in it and a bunch of dudes on the other side. Bob Roos says, X-Hive DPS or heal. Maris BL says, plus Jack. Haskala says, X-Hive healer. King Creamy says, X for Glob, August 20th. Gibberonessa says, NGL since console been added I've been getting some extra salty lil bleep. Silence Tot says, Hive, I am DPS. Cursed Sentinel says, boo-hoo. Storm Zero VA says, X-Glob. Maris Lamb says, plus. Tinhine 22 says, boo-ow. Fuck Daddy says, womp womp. Viper says, need a tank for tempests. Hand of Void says. Cursed Sentinel says, you must be console then. My Fury 87 says, X-Glob. Silence Tot says, X-Hive DPS plus 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 plus. Acrosol Kane says, Hive LF tank rest DPS sent gear. Gibberonessa says, boo-hoo them, don't bite the hand that heals you aha. Acrosol Kane says, Hive DPS sent gear. Panda says, I have 2 open slots for Amreen if people need it. Iron Beast CM says, X-Hive DPS. Igor the Sad says, maybe you shouldn't try to pididdle them. Tinhine 22 says, Dema. Cursed Sentinel says, feed instead. Damon says, LF populated company 2. Viper says, need a tank for temp. Haskala says, X-Hive 700 GS healer. Silence Tot says, X-Hive DPS. Dr. Narcisse says, is 500k gold a lot or a lil? Gibberonessa says, I don't piddle nobody, I heal and write to guide newbies. Uffa says, depends on who you ask. O2 Kevin says, Duter M8. Ashirian says, how do I join a faction? Deluxe HD says, yeah. Noel Red says, were I's WT right no? Sir Stanknuts says, you can pididdle me Nessa 3. Sir Stanknuts says, please I'm lonely. Acrosol Kane says, Hive LF DPS. Deluxe HD says, any open world PvP going on RN? Jesus Maple says, LF1 DPS Hive second boss link. Gibberonessa says, aha. Spuck the White says, WTS, as if inductor, weapon / armor / jewelry / engineering. Stud Stumbles says, X-Hive DPS. ITZ Pushin P says, X-Hive DPS. Kusaga says, yes please. LK4 says, X-Hive DPS. Demonking 69 says, X-Hive. Kusaga says, Waya. Ligatistum says, where is the WT? Haskala says, Zyve healer T. Damon says, any for group for Eternal Pool? Only Red says, X-Hive DPS. Demonking69 says, X-Hive DPS. Umii says, Glob Farm X up September 20th. Cursed Sentinel says, you guys diddy as he was gonna play Fortnite with me last week and I haven't seen him since. Pastilla says, thanks. Didis Oil Stash says, I'm on now. Damon says, I've been waiting. Onimbus says, Diddy is over my house hanging out with my mom. Gibberonessa says, how to make baby oil in prison. Poor Quality says, squeeze babies. M4 Kanai says, X Winter Forge DPS. Tinhine 22 says, use your split. Didis Oil Stash says, I snuck some in. Damon says, the Bleep King. Igor the Sad says, I miss Didis Oiled Up Fem Booty. Cursed Sentinel says, bro better check on his mom. Bob Roos says, X-Hive DPS or heal. Avianite Knight says, X-Winter DPS. I'm a Cop says, Merp. Daytone B01 says, a data equals, 0, manje, slash a what do I do with this thing? Haskala says, X-Hive healer. Warrior Mad says, how did you doing that? Bob Roos says, X-Hive. Cursed Sentinel says, I'm gay and ready to be railed. Hugo Slong says, Amreen quick run check GF. Yerupsnrup says, X-Hive healer. Cursed Sentinel says, bye Diddy. True Yoshim says, anyone wanna do depths? Noble Duelist says, live on Twitch at Noble Duelist TTV. New, returning, and veteran players come in and ask anything about New World or hang out and vibe with us. Viri Elixir says, does this game have feminine beauty products? Noble Duelist says, live on Twitch at Noble Duelist TTV. New, returning, and veteran players come in and ask anything about New World or hang out and vibe with us. Sir Stanknuts says, I'm straight and I need to be loved by an egg-girl built like Mute. Kiyar says, LFM Tony the toy maker for legs. The Sharky says, X-Hiv. Fuck Daddy says, Bleep TTV. Kulong says, Thai. Haskala says, X-Hive healer. True Yoshim says, need people for the depths. Ilak Koban says, so I didn't want to sound dumb but WTF is X-Lol. Damon says, Twitter bro. Sir Stanknuts says, bleep. Damon says, come on. Damon says, Elon would be upset. Gibberonessa says, Eileen. Damon says, yay. True Yoshim says, can anyone help me with the depths? Cursed Sentinel says, I need an idiot the built like Mute. Jeff Doug says, X-Hive range DPS. Gumi says, Glob Farm X up May 20th. Buried Mythos says, I need a mute. Gladys1 says, X-Hive heal. Sir Stanknuts says, no shaz mine. Gibberonessa says, y'all need Jesus. Haskala says, X-Hive healer. Agassan says, yo. Ilak Koban says, im anti-social lol the lingo. Damon says, I need PPVP. Sir Stanknuts says, no, I need an egg-roll built like Mute. Cursed Sentinel says, Jesus Rule 34. Damon says, I better see some perps. Androsis says, Jesus is king. Bella Vita says, any WT. True Yoshim says, need one more for depths. M4 Kanai says, X Winter Forge DPS. I'm a cop says, really guys? True Yoshim says, need one more for depths.
It's been an
Avianite Knight says, X Winter Forge DPE.
many memories.
Warrior Mad says, Warrior Mad sits.
Will be
Avianite Knight says, X Winter Forge DPS.
You may need to be
Warrior Mad says, Warrior Mad sits. Diebelmeister says, X Winter Forge DPS. Zero Dog says, X Hive DPS. Doindle says, join my lobby. Ladis1 says, X Hive heal. Acid Smile says, www. Lil Moulton says, anyone down for Cutlass Keys chest run? Fuck Daddy says, can all the Xbox players just pipe it down? Step Off 187 says, X Hive DPS. Diebelmeister says, X Winter Forge DPS. Gumi says, Glob Farm X up May 20th. Imminent Dream says, can all console players pipe it down asterisk. Blood Gambit says, how about you pipe down Sony F-boy? Damon says, how does he do it? Frkdabtaitka says, X Hive DPS. True Yoshim says, need one person for depths. Gearx Splitter says, God, there's more console players on this server than it originally hoped. CGRM Bjorn says, bros can't respond fast enough. Doindle says, 1 minute. Gibberonessa says, durability did go away, thank bleep. Avianite Knight says, X Winter Forge DPS. Astrosic6 says, Hez just vibing. Damon says, yellow team is supreme. Igor the Sad says, I.